Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the FSA Board meeting, December 2018. We've got a really full agenda today, so we're starting at a brisk pace, a little bit earlier than we normally do. Could I ask board members if there are any conflicts of interest they wish to register in relation, or generally, or in relation to anything on the agenda? No, thank you. And is there any other business that anybody wishes to raise? No, and we don't have any apologies, but it looks like Stuart Reid is delayed, but I'm sure he will be here soon. Just a point for our guests in the audience, you're very welcome here to be observers of our board meeting. There will be an opportunity to ask questions at the conclusion of the board business. Could we move on now then to the minutes of our meeting on the 19th of September? These were circulated to board members for comment before publication. Are we happy to agree? There's one point that needs to be corrected in this time's minutes because it was inaccurately stated at the last meeting, so we'll pick that up in a moment. Mary.
Apologies for not picking it up before. Paragraph 27, line 5, it should be prescribed, not proscribed, just because the meanings are opposite.
Yes, you're right. So we'll make that amendment. Thank you very much. So the point, if we agree the minutes, the point that needs correcting is in relation to Wales, the power in Wales to approve a primary authority relationship. And I don't know, Maria, are you able just to explain where we got to on that?
Heather, can I ask Michael to...
Of course, Michael. Oh, sorry, Michael, I couldn't see you there. Would you mind just explaining for board members what we said that we believed was correct in the September board meeting, which is why it's in the minutes, but then we can confirm the correction for the minutes this time?
I'll look into it and come back to you if that's okay, yeah?
Ruth can do it.
Thank you, Chair. It's in para 62, and at the meeting, I had understood beforehand from the briefings that we'd received that national inspection strategies would be signed off by Welsh Government ministers. After the meeting, Michael had looked into the matter further and was able to advise us that actually it would be signed off by BEI's Secretary of State, not Welsh ministers. I think I'm correct in saying that. So it was just to make sure. I'd made a statement in those para 62, which turned out to be not quite.
Absolutely, and we were all actually in good faith that that was our understanding at the time, so we just need to correct that in the minutes. And there was a particular group of Welsh stakeholders who we've also corrected that too, so that they have an up-to-date understanding.
Yeah, that's correct, Heather. We have discussed it with the various stakeholders who had made representation in advance of the last board meeting. And there's now clarity around what the actual process would be should a local authority in Wales enter into a primary authority partnership with another authority in England and how that would work across the borders.
Thank you very much. And then moving on, we had a special board meeting in Edinburgh in October. We'll say a little bit more about that gathering with Food Standards Scotland in a few minutes. But there was a formal part of board business that was then conducted in relation to the review of cold stores and cutting plants. So the minutes of that meeting are also in this pack for approval. Are we happy to agree with those? Thank you very much. And on then the actions arising tab, is there anything that a board member wishes to pick up there? So there is one thing I'd like to add to it. I'm just double checking. I don't think it's made it on here yet, which is there is an action from our special meeting in October for the business committee to consider the action plan for the implementation of the cold store and cutting plant review. So if we could just make sure that's captured now on that action list, that would be great. Thank you. Moving on to a report from me, a full list of my engagements since the board last met on the website. I did just mention that meeting, the joint meeting that we had with the Board of Food Standards Scotland. That was the first time that both boards had gathered together, and as well as the formal business we had on the cutting plants review, we had, I think, some really useful information sharing sessions where we were comparing approaches and alignment on EU exit, regulatory reform, the memorandum of understanding that exists between our two departments, etc. So I thought a really constructive thing to do, and I think the whole board really welcomed that opportunity to meet with colleagues in Scotland. The board's also held its annual parliamentary reception since we last met. Yesterday, the board had a briefing session on our full operational readiness plans for EU exit, and some key elements of that will be covered in our discussion later on this agenda. And yesterday evening, the board met with the chair and deputy chair of our advisory committee on social sciences. I've also been involved in a series of ministerial meetings as the intense planning for EU exit continues. I've met with David Rutley, Minister of State at DEFRA, the Secretary of State Matt Hancock at the Department of Health and Social Care, and Chris Heaton-Harris at the Department for Exiting the EU. And with the Chief Executive has also met with senior leaders in the food industry, Ian Wright, Andrew Opie, Minette Batters, and Paul Wilgloss in his role in FIN. I was very pleased to be invited to the Safer Communities Portfolio Board of the Local Government Association earlier this month to talk about our reform plans, EU exit and the NFCU. And finally, I attended the annual management conference of the FSA. I know Jason will say more about that in his business committee report, but I was really impressed by the commitment and the atmosphere in the room. It was a real privilege to be part of that community for that time. Unless any board members have got any questions for me on that or anything else? No, in that case, I shall hand over to Jason for his report.
Thanks, Heather. Just a few things to pick out. Obviously, you'll see on the general activity update the intensity of the engagement that we've had over the last 3 months, either Heather and I or with other director colleagues, meeting a wide range of organisations from every part of the food landscape and beyond. There's an update on EU exit on the agenda, and most of the papers on the agenda have an EU exit theme or connection running through them, so we won't say any more about that. Just to highlight the international work, as I've said in previous board meetings, we have upped our engagement and investment on international work over this last 2 years. And that's partly to share some of the experiences that we've had, particularly through regulating our future, but also to learn from other countries and see how they're taking forward food regulation, and to work with like-minded and similar countries in terms of collaboration, whether it's on the third-party audit and third-party scrutiny issues, or whether it's on food crime, whole range of activity that we've got going on in that international space, obviously led by Steve, doing an excellent job in terms of ensuring that we don't miss anything that's new, innovative, and would assist us in terms of modernising our systems of official controls and the food regulatory landscape across the 3 countries. Allergens has been a strong theme in this last couple of months, as board members will have picked up just from media coverage alone. Board members will be aware that we've been focusing on allergen work as a priority area for us for a long time, and certainly intensely in the last couple of years. Board members will recall that the last time this came to the board last year, we launched what we think is a sort of world-leading piece of research in terms of adult onset allergy, and we've focused on trying to protect and inform those groups of consumers and citizens that we think are most vulnerable. That's why we had our campaign targeted at young adults in the autumn. Pleased to say we won the Civil Service Award in recognition of the thoroughness and the way that we'd approached that particular campaign. continue our intense work with all the representative bodies and organisations and charities that operate within this sector. We've had a really good, positive relationship with allergen charities and representative groups over many years, and all the work that we do is done in full collaboration and cooperation with them. Board members will be aware that we are working with DEFRA and seeing what further changes and what further improvements might be made in terms of protecting people with allergens. At the same time, we want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where people with allergens end up with less choice, particularly when eating out of the home. So we just got to make sure we have a balanced package of measures. It's more than labelling that will be needed to get an improvement in the overall experience of people with allergens, as I say, particularly when they're eating away from the home. And probably the last thing just to pick on is the ROF business registration going live. So live service is up and running, still working well. We're on track to roll that out to 39 local authorities by March. We'll have others coming on board beyond that. Experience today is that it's quick and easy to use, and that it provides the local authorities with a broader spectrum of information which enables them to target interventions and think about what the right nature of control should be for that particular business. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Questions, Rosie?
Just briefly, on that last point, I was going to ask about that. It's mentioned in your report that of the local authorities that this is being rolled out to at the moment, that some of the IT standalone systems, it might be make it more difficult for us to work with some of the ones that have their own customised systems. Is there anything you'd like to say about how we're going to work together on those ones?
I think Julie might like to say rather than me speculating about where we are with that.
Yes, we are very alive to the need to ensure that all local authorities can come on board as easily as possible with the new business registration service. So not only are we delivering the new service, we're also talking to local authority IT departments to ensure that both they and their IT suppliers can do what they need to do at the upper end of the system. And I think so far we're making good progress. We've got good engagement across the whole piece. And I could give you the technical detail of how that's being achieved, but at the moment I think it's a good approach that minimises the impact and reduces the operational risk on putting all of these systems together.
We've got Stuart and then Paul.
Jason, industry's done a really great job in getting CCTV installed and meeting the compliance regulation with that. What's going to happen with the few remainders? How are we handling that?
Well, we've got... we're working with them to make sure they've got access to all the necessary information and support that they need, because there was concern about the cost, and I think some FBOs have been receiving some significant cost estimates, and we've been supporting the industry organisations in terms of sharing understanding and knowledge around that. So, that it might not cost £20,000 to do this, you might be able to do it for £4,000. And so we've been supporting the industry organisations in doing that. But for those that are non-compliant and remain non-compliant, then we have an escalating, as always, escalating and proportionate enforcement ladder that we're progressing through. If they are positive in their intent and working towards it, and we can see that they've booked the contractor and they're due to come in 3 weeks' time, then clearly we'll be in a different place to an FBO that's outright refusing to install the cameras. So it'll depend. It's a case-by-case judgment, really. So.
Paul?
Stuart's really asked it, but it was just this question of whether in the 7%, that is actually businesses that have just struggling to do it, or whether there is a proportion in there of active resistance to the whole concept.
I think the last I heard there was a bit of both, but Colin might be more up to speed with where we are as of this week.
Yes, I think that would be a fair comment, that there's an element of both. I think it's probably more those that are slow to act rather than those who are actively resisting, but there is an element of both.
Anything else for Jason? I just wanted to come back on the allergen point. As Jason referenced, we're working with DEFRA and other parts of government in England, Wales and Northern Ireland on the review of regulation for pre-packed direct sale food. And there will be a consultation that goes out from the FSA and DEFRA shortly on that, and then we will bring the results of that consultation back to the board for the board to form its view on either steps we might take or in supporting advice for ministers where it is their responsibility to take steps. This is a complicated set of departmental relationships. And so I just wanted to log that for the board. And I also did want to just stress this, the expectation of business. We have some anecdotal evidence that already business is starting to step back somewhat from the great advances that have been made in giving allergic consumers assurance and access to choice. And some general disclaimers starting to be used much more widely. This will be a real retrograde step for people with food allergies. We absolutely want to protect them, but we don't want to protect them and do all that improvement that's been made since 2015 in terms of them having a level of confidence and trust and more choice, eating out more because the market is delivering more to them. So just a flag. I know we're all very seized of that, but to make sure others in government are seized of that and to urge industry not to step back from the protections and steps they've already taken. It is absolutely possible to deliver food to allergic consumers on a wide range without having to put those disclaimers in place. Thank you very much. We will move on to an update on EU exit. I just would like to say that given anybody watching, or in years to come, anybody who's watching, may recall that this is a period of some intense movement around EU exit, which is why, very unusually, the FSA has no board paper on this. But Rod is going to give us an update about where we are, and we will hope between starting and finishing, the situation hasn't changed.
Thank you, Heather. Good morning, everybody. I was thinking as I approached Church House this morning that we truly live in interesting times in every sense of that expression. As Heather said, it is unusual for there not to be a written paper for this overview. I think there are two reasons. The first is the one that Heather has alluded to, which is things are moving at such a pace at the moment that an attempt by my team to produce a written paper would be out of date within at least days, if not hours. The second reason, though, is that we have, as we said we would, operationalised much of our preparatory work so that, we're now at the stage where the lead in taking forward elements of preparations is with the relevant part of the business, with the relevant director team, and that's why you see other items on your agenda this morning that highlight specific issues that are needing the board's attention. So I will just give a brief oral update of our preparations. It's as board members know, we have set ourselves a simple, if you like, a simple goal in relation to EU exit, which is that we must do everything we can to ensure that however the UK leaves the European Union, consumers are as well protected after that as they were immediately before exit. And to that end, we identified the need to implement a number of work streams. Those work streams have been progressing, as has been reported regularly to this board. And I think it's right to say that in relation to those work streams, the things that we have said the FSA will do, the FSA has done. I need to highlight two areas of our preparations where, if I use the conventional red, amber, green of risk reporting, I would say those issues are either red or amber red. And I want to draw, it would be misleading not to draw those to the board's attention this morning. The first I want to deal with is the need for there to be an adequate system for ensuring that imported food is properly controlled when it enters the UK. In order to achieve that, it's necessary for there to be a system which enables importers to give notification of those imported foodstuffs. That requires the construction, the build and implementation of a new system. That is the responsibility of a different government department, of DEFRA. We and DEFRA are working closely together to ensure that the necessary system is operational from day one. Any new IT system, which is what we're talking about here, is subject to an element of risk. There are slippages in that system, in that programme, which mean that at the moment, both our assessment and DEFRA's is that that system would be placed at amber red at best. However, anybody in this situation would look to develop the necessary contingencies to ensure that there are adequate arrangements in place from day one, and we are working with DEFRA to ensure that those contingencies can be put in place if necessary and will be available so that that necessary level of protection is available for consumers and for businesses. That's the current situation. We are working, as I've said, as closely as we can and as hard as we can to make sure that both that the system is available if it can be, and to ensure that there are adequate contingency arrangements should those be necessary. And I'll be happy to attempt to address any questions board members have on that area. The second issue that I need to highlight this morning is something that underpins all of our preparatory work, and that is the need to have legislation in place that fixes the operation of the whole body of European food and feed law when it's brought into the UK from next March under the Withdrawal Act. In order to achieve that, there are a suite of statutory instruments to be made which will fix what would otherwise be deficiencies in that body of food and feed law. We have prepared those statutory instruments, but it is not within our gift to make those statutory instruments. That requires the operation of a parliamentary process, which requires the input of other departments of government, and also it requires the consent of each of the devolved administrations. The current state of play is that other departments are seeking amendments to those draft statutory instruments, and as at this point in time, it would again not be accurate. I would be misleading the board if I didn't say that in my estimation that programme of legislative enactment is at risk. And we will be working as hard as we can with other departments to identify and make the amendments that they are seeking and to achieve the necessary agreement from devolved administrations to enable those statutory instruments to be made before the end of March next year. What I can say is that I am sure that other departments and in fact all devolved administrations recognise the importance of ensuring that there is an operable body of food law from next March, and whilst at the moment, as I've said, one would have to characterise that element of our preparations as at risk, I nonetheless do not feel it likely that we would arrive at the 29th of March next year without there having been measures taken to ensure that that operable food law is in place. At this point, how we achieve that is a matter of a lot of hard work by myself and my team and collaboration across the whole of government and others involved. But that is the current situation. I'm happy to try to answer any questions board members have.
Okay, thank you, Rod. And I think the board might also want to reflect on the level of comfort they took or didn't take from the update about FSA progress yesterday. Just to, again, record that yesterday afternoon, a senior DEFRA official attended the board briefing to give the board an update on DEFRA's progress on the import notification scheme and give us clarity on the steps that are being taken in DEFRA, the closeness of the working relationship that there is with the FSA, and there's also been some good ministerial engagement. So I think everybody understands the importance of getting to either a satisfactory launch of that scheme or a satisfactory contingency for that scheme. There's lots of effort going in that direction. Jason.
Yeah, just to for those tuning in, I guess. I think people around the table are familiar, which is the distinction between the two risks that Rod's highlighted is that we need the SIs under any scenario. The delivery of the INS system or a contingency is critical if we're in a no-deal scenario. In any other scenario, then it's likely that we continue to use the traces system that we currently operate with the rest of the member states.
Colm.
Chair, thank you, Rod. Thank you very much. As you can imagine, we had some fairly detailed discussion of this at the ARAC meeting later yesterday, and I'll come to that later on today. But just, I suppose, specifically on the first of the two risks you identified, and you described the DEFRA system, I think, as Amber read at best. We also have contingency. The contingency, where would you see that? How confident are you that we will have a contingency if necessary?
I cannot say I am completely confident this morning that there is an operable contingency for to be put in place if the INS system is not operable from the 29th of March next year. I am reasonably confident. I don't have absolute certainty. I'm reasonably confident that that is achievable. The reason for that qualification is that I know further work is required in order to firm up the certainty of the delivery of that contingency. The contingency is not a single thing. It's a number of measures that need to be implemented, and I know that we are working and on track to be able to come to the FSA's programme board for this whole programme next week with a whole set of recommendations as to how that contingency could be implemented. As members will appreciate, there's a difference between identifying and preparing a contingency and the decision to turn the contingency on. And we are also working both internally and with DEFRA to agree that timeline, to agree, if you like, what the go, no-go dates are for deciding where to divert effort and when crucially, what to advise businesses as to their requirements from the 29th of March next year. One thing that I should have said, which is an important reminder, is there is, in terms of the data and information that will be required from businesses from next March, there is no change. All that will be changing is the system that is utilised for inputting that data. There's nothing new that's being required as of the 29th of March next year.
Stuart.
Not a question, Chair, but a comment in that the board's really aware of how much effort and frustration, probably in equal measures, that Rod and his team are having to manage in this process. And I think the board will join me in saying, you know, well done for efforts to date, and we're here to help if we can.
I'm sure we'd all echo that. I think what we have observed, though, is just the strong departmental relationships that have been supporting the direction that's been taken by our officials. And as things inevitably get a little bit tenser over the next few weeks, I don't mean about the FSA, but in the general situation, those relationships will become ever more important, I think. We've got several things on our agenda today which in a way come back to our EU exit programme. We're talking about surveillance, we're talking about incidents, we're talking about the risk analysis process, we're talking about the NFCU, all components which, when we looked at the programme update yesterday, are all absolutely on track and will be in place in the position we need to deliver a viable regime from day one. So that's all a good thing. And I think, just to echo comments about the import notification scheme, that is a no-deal requirement. I mean, I think for us at the FSA, the board's question is, are we taking the right steps to mitigate the risk that it does not meet all our day one requirements? That's the issue for the board here, and I think as has already been shared, that's about, is there a workable contingency? Are we clear about the time frame that we need to deliver that contingency? And we've communicated that clearly to DEFRA. Are we absolutely aligned with the stakeholder, the business needs about that? And are we working closely with DEFRA in the run-up to that decision so that everybody's on the same page when it needs to be taken? And I think the board, from what we've heard yesterday, is satisfied that all those steps are being taken. Would I be right in that? Good. And in terms of the legislative basis for food and feed law, it's everyone's shoulder to the wheel. Everybody wants this to be in place. We just have to find a way to overcome the hurdles. So it's not that there's anybody trying to make it not work, it's trying to make it work in the right way. Thank you very much. Anything else anybody wishes to pick up about EU exit? In which case, we'll move on to another issue of EU exit, which is Philip is going to join us, Philip Randalls, who's going to update us about the incident management elements of this. And Anne. Sorry, Anne. And Anne Gravitt.
So, good morning, everybody. Chair, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. The paper that we have put forward for this particular meeting details the work of the Incidence and Resilience Unit to strengthen FSA resilience capability and capacity. This is in order that we may maintain and continue to improve upon the UK's highest standards of incident handling. We have taken a four nations approach to ensure consistency wherever we can across the UK, and have engaged with the consumer protection teams in Northern Ireland and Wales, as well as Food Standards Scotland, in developing this approach. To maintain the UK's highest standard of food safety, we must continue to take a risk-based, proportionate approach to handling incidents. Simply, we need to have the capacity and capability to detect, respond to any foodborne contamination or outbreak incident that occurs in the UK so that we can protect consumers. However, systems such as the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, RASAF, may not be available to us after EU exit. Not having full access to RASAF would mean that the FSA would not have sight of all of the data that it currently sees, which in turn may affect timely communications. Hence, as EU exit negotiations progress, we're aiming to secure full access to the RASAF network, as we believe it is mutually beneficial for both the UK and the EU to continue this vital data sharing activity on food safety. Key is that post-EU exit, we will retain all our existing processes for instant response, with current provisions for risk assessment and risk management in place. These are proven processes which are the foundations of the successful food instant handling that occurs throughout the UK. As is currently the case, the majority of risk management decisions will continue to be taken by the FSA. And these will be based on science and evidence-based risk assessments and regulations in place within the UK at that time. Virtually all of the incidents that we will handle will fall into this category. And in front of you, members of the board, there is a schematic which demonstrates that flow, both of risk assessment and risk management, giving a few examples of the types of incidents that fall into that category. Where there are bigger political and public policy considerations, the FSA does recognise that ministers may want to make final decisions on risk management. As a guide, this type of response would be triggered when other government departments have the lead in terms of an instant response. For example, the types of instances where ministers may wish to have final decisions might include serious flooding issues or spillages. And again, those are detailed on the chart in front of you. To counter the potential loss of systems such as RASAF, we are making further improvements to our instant handling processes, and these will complement those that already exist. The paper outlines these improvements, and essentially they involved enhanced engagement and collaboration with key stakeholders, including competent food safety authorities across Europe and worldwide, to develop a mutually supportive approach to information sharing. We've had a really good response, which is supportive of ongoing future collaboration post-EU exit. And we're developing MOUs with several countries outside of the EU. Our engagement with competent authorities such as the Republic of Ireland, Germany and the Netherlands remains particularly strong. Our engagement with INFOSAN, the International Food Safety Authorities Network, has also been ramped up to provide extensive reach and a framework for communicating food safety issues with countries across the world. As I previously reported, INFOSAN has a reach of over 180 countries, of which we will therefore have access to. We've developed a receipt and management surveillance process to improve our capability to detect potential incidents. This is now ready for final testing and full implementation in the new year. So we are moving into business as usual with our new processes. Industry collaboration remains vital to ensure effective and robust incident management and to allow information to be shared at an early stage to facilitate timely and proportionate interventions. We're establishing an industry forum to facilitate this and have received an excellent response from the trade associations and food businesses that we plan to engage with. Since my report to the board in September, we have conducted exercises to test the new processes that we've planned, and I'm pleased to say that we have now completed the development stages and are now implementing the enhanced processes, as I say, as business as usual. Staff have been recruited to support the new functions and will be in post and operational from January 2019 onwards. The paper makes reference to planned publication of our competent authority guidance on incident response as a result of our efficacies of recalls project. This as well will be in place by day one, and it will provide help and support to businesses as we leave the EU. Finally, root cause analysis is now being conducted on all incidents that involve alerts, and that information is currently being now collated, and we plan to provide the first feedback best practice case study scenario by March, and we will then go into a business as usual routine where we will provide regular updates identifying best practice. So in conclusion, I believe the four nations have laid the foundations for maintaining the UK's high standards of food safety post-EU exit. Going forward post-EU exit, we will continue to consolidate and continuously improve our operation so that we can become the best organisation that we can. And as I did in September, I would just like to thank all those involved in incident response, very far-reaching response across the four nations. Include our stakeholders in member states, including the Republic of Ireland, but particularly the risk assessment policy teams at the FSA, FSS, as well as all the local authorities who on a day-to-day basis support incident management. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Philip, thank you very much. Who would like to start? Mary.
Thank you, Philip. I know we've asked it before, but where you have a food safety risk with wider political public policy considerations, where, for instance, would, if we had another version of BSE, which is obviously the sort of founding incident of the Food Standards Agency, where the science is uncertain and the political considerations strong for other government departments, how do we maintain that independence that is vital to maintain consumer trust and consumer safety?
Thank you, Mary, for the question. In terms of a major incident such as that, there are obviously known procedures tried and tested within the FSA that would be able to be in position to manage that. It clearly is a multi-agency issue, that particular subject that you mentioned of BSE. So it would depend effectively what the subject was as to who the lead government department actually would be and what sort of management decision, risk management decisions would be made by the FSA and what risk management decisions would be made by other government departments. We retain, obviously, the control of food, and we would do everything that we would normally do to ensure that consumers have the information they need, that they are protected to the best of our ability, and that we would be in a position whereby we could actually mitigate risk associated with that particular issue.
In that particular example, of course, we also have control of feed, yes, which is hopefully stops an incident like that ever happening again. Laura.
Thank you, and thank you for this schematic, very, very useful. You've done some simulations with other government departments and across the devolved administrations. It would just be interesting to say, without sort of, pointing fingers, but actually talk about the strengths and weaknesses that were identified, i.e. the lessons learnt from those simulations. My second point is a bit of a challenge, and that is that we've got here examples, but these are examples that we've been through before. I think it's really important that as we move into this new world post-Brexit, that you might want to consider looking at some very big dynamic challenges that we might face. So when you start to look at some of the examples from Grenfell, when you start to look at some of the examples from Foot and Mouth, they were very much risk assessed prior to the incident on the basis of acceptable risk. And I think that there is an opportunity maybe to look at some of other sectors where they've done some simulations of some really quite multi-dimensional and dynamic scenarios. So it's just really an opportunity for us to challenge ourselves at the most extreme. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think we'll just answer the first part of the question first. Clearly, we're conducting exercises all the time to embed the knowledge that obviously we're learning in terms of the front end of our operation. And the exercise you particularly referred to was one that was conducted in September. And it was a multi-agency exercise which included ourselves, DEFRA, PHA, DHSC, PHE and PHW, Public Health Wales. In terms of that particular exercise, it was conducted primarily so that we could understand how each of those government establishments would work together in a major incident. And essentially, we'd all developed our own plans, and that was the first opportunity we had to actually look at the horizontal, if you like, response. Interestingly, the plans fitted together fairly well, but there were a number of areas where we recognised that we were duplicating some of the work, so how we might go about engaging with stakeholders, etc. So a lot of opportunity for us to get together and work more closely and actually ensure that in the heat of battle that we were fully joined up. So very useful exercise. We plan to run a similar exercise again in the new year to see how we are actually sort of performing against sort of the September exercise, and it'd be interesting to see the outcome of that. With respect to sort of the more dynamic type incidents, fully accept what you just said. We are part of the bigger resilience picture of government, so we have a seat at the table when we're talking about major threats and major risks. And as we previously talked, we talked about the NRA and the risks and threats associated with that. So there is a degree of joined up risk assessment and risk understanding of what a major issue, for example, Glenville, might actually have as an effect on the FSA. However, there's always room for more examples and more work there, and it is something that is deeply on our agenda to try and understand how we can continually improve a response.
Paul. Oh, Colin, did you want to come on that?
Yes, sorry, Heather. Can I just add to that in terms of the second part of the question? So there is a rolling programme of exercises. Philip obviously mentioned September, he mentioned the new year, but there's a rolling programme to try and build resilience and then take the learning from each of those.
Paul.
I understand the difficulty here in that working to a very tight timetable means that you're trying to refine the programme at the same time as you really need to be getting industry to understand how the new system works. And in 4.3 you say that there'll be guidance in early 2019, which is nicely flexible. Could you give us some idea of how we will manage, how FSA will manage to get over to industry how the new system works, what their role is, how that's going to happen at the same time as you are having to continue to refine the system?
Yes, of course. I mean, in terms of the new system, what we're proposing is basically putting a targeted set of surveillance on the front end of our operation, and that will complement the surveillance of the wider view across the FSA and the work that Julie's team are actually doing. So this particular surveillance exercise is around actually identifying the key data sources that we think would be potentially indicative of future incidents. Once we've got information that we think we can verify as a potential issue to or threat to the UK, we would like to put that to the board of industry representatives that I've previously mentioned, seeking their input into that particular scenario in much the same way as we currently do in a major incident, but to try and understand the effect that it may have upon UK industry and the wider picture, and to seek their advice and input. Secondly, the board that I've just talked about is about pulling together general information. So if industry have something that they wish to share with us on safety issues, that is a forum and an opportunity to do so, and allow us then to look to see if we can add the information and intelligence that we might have to understand a bigger picture.
Ruth?
Thank you, Chair. Very much welcome the update in the paper, and particularly the commitment to try and maintain partnership in the RASF system and access to it. So that's very encouraging. The Welsh Committee is very pleased to see those efforts. Just on the incident testing, obviously the agencies you've described are senior level agencies, national bodies. There was I think a question from the committee in Wales around what we know about the capacity and resource on the ground level in local government, and the emerging picture there. Do you have a plan to test the whole system so that they're fully up to speed, and that you know where the strengths and weaknesses might be if you have to mobilise a large response? So that was a specific question. And then the final question I had was around, you said that you've now got root cause analysis in place with business. Obviously, health sector's been doing this sort of work. Are you getting full compliance? I wasn't sure if every business was actually doing it after every recall. Have you achieved that level of compliance with that request?
Okay, thank you for the questions. In terms of exercising, as Colin has just alluded to, we've got a rolling exercise and drilling programme that runs throughout all of the next 12 months. In particular, we focused on the lead up to EU exit, and within that is a command and control and coordinate exercise, which will be done through our existing IMP in the Incident Management Plan. Part of that will be to actually involve local authorities in the response. So at that stage, that is a planned exercise to actually understand in the heat of battle how we would actually work. In advance of that, we're engaging with local authorities, local resilience authority groupings to try and embed the theories about our new processes and let them understand how we want to approach things in future. We're looking to try and understand what issues local authorities may have with any of the new processes. To date, bearing in mind that they've been developed in conjunction with local authorities from all 4 nations, we haven't actually had any major issues. And as I reported at the September board, in terms of food safety, we haven't really seen any downturn in terms of the performance of local authorities in terms of incidents over the last 12 months, despite the resourcing issues. So certainly the exercises in the new year will be very, very useful, I think. In terms of root cause analysis, it's baby steps. The first thing that we need to do is to ensure that root cause analysis is a standardised method, and that we've done. We are now conducting root cause analysis on all alerts. So any business that actually has an allergy alert or a product recall information notice stroke alert, we are requiring them to actually produce a root cause analysis. We will roll that out in subsequent months and years, right the way across the landscape, From a legal basis, we're still looking at the basis upon which we can require root cause analysis to be done. And we believe that there are potential cases that we can push, but that's something that we need to ensure that we understand before we actually go into any essential requirement.
Can I just check then, what sort of proportion of compliance are you getting now? I understand it's baby steps. You know, of all the alerts that you're asking them to reply to, what sort of percentage are you getting back? We've been doing requests for a root cause analysis since the 1st of April. It started off very, very difficult in terms of extracting that information. However, the last month's returns have been really good. We're running at sort of 90% return. That's something that obviously we need to maintain into the future. But it's encouraging. To date, there is no business that's refused to give us a root cause analysis assessment, which is, again, really encouraging. The issue I think that we are facing at the moment is the consistency of response. And as I previously reported, we're talking about putting an e-learning course in place by March in order to address that consistency. But that's where we're going to need to work on, I think, just make sure that everybody's conducting the analysis in the same way.
Colin.
Chair, thank you, Philip. Thank you, and thank you indeed for the time you spent with Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee last week, and reassured by a lot of the things you said. Great to get the 4 countries working together. As you'll imagine, I am concerned about the 5th country on these islands and the land border that we share with the Irish Republic, which will become an EU frontier. Very good relationships that Maria has got with FSA, but how will we continue to manage that, in particularly if we go into a no-deal scenario, given the sensitivities? Have you any thoughts on that?
Yes, certainly. I mean, obviously, from an instant perspective, FSA Northern Ireland are absolutely key to that engagement. I've previously reported that we've set up a number of engagements with key trading partners. The Republic of Ireland obviously fit into that bracket and are key to how we will take things forward from an instant perspective. The responses at the moment are that we are in a position whereby we're engaging regularly with the Republic of Ireland. That's a direct engagement between FSA Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland, to which the London teams have been kindly invited and will be attending. And those forums will be in position to discuss any major issues around incident management. We're also planning on doing exercises jointly with them in the future, which will be really useful, and those exercises will include a similar type of approach to the one that we put in September that we've discussed earlier on. Okay.
Anything else for Philip? Philip, I did want to ask you a question, and it comes back to actually my point on the earlier discussion in EU exit in terms of the board's role. I think at this stage, with 3.5 months to go, the board would like sort of formally to confirm that you believe you've got enough money and people with the right skills, believe you've got the right systems and channels, and you've got enough time to practice in whatever way you think you need to practice to get us to that end date. So I think I think your paper does that, but I'd just like to formally record that we've got confirmation that that's the case at this stage. Doesn't stop you coming back later and saying you've changed your mind.
That's the current situation.
Good. Well, I think then the board would welcome the direction you've set out and the progress that you've made very quietly and behind the scenes to put all of that in place. And I think we would be confident that we're going to maintain and try to continue to improve on our standards of incident managing. It's very good, I think, for the board to have confirmation that there is no change in the established process for incident risk management, and that's very important. I know Laura has repeatedly reminded us of the importance of clarity of role and responsibility, and I think that schematic you've set out and the confirmation that this will continue to be a business as usual approach to how we handle things. It's really important for consumer trust and business certainty and effective and speedy decision making and handling. So that is really welcome. So thank you very much for that, Philip. And we will move on now to yet another component of plans for EU exit, although clearly all of these things are things we carry on doing anyway, which is our annual surveillance report. And Julie, I think, is going to lead us through this.
Yes. Thank you very much. So this is a joint paper put together by myself and my colleague Steve Wern. This is the annual surveillance report, and what we're doing here is providing an update on the new elements of surveillance that are coming on stream. And also we're looking to create a better integrated across the whole of the FSA and beyond approach to surveillance. Surveillance that is more strategic, more modern and more future-looking. And then I'm asking the board to agree the governance proposals for surveillance, noting that this is an extension of the governance for risk assessments. So again, all of these things are starting to become much better knitted together. As to the strategic surveillance, which is our new data-driven approach to surveillance, we are progressively building up this service through a series of sprints. Each sprint is delivering valuable products. So that means that rather than undertaking a big, slow piece of design and then a big, slow build, we are progressively building up our capability. And the priority for us for this year has been EU exit, and we are on track to stand up a service in March. So whilst it may be a minimum viable product, it should be a service that meets our needs come the end of March. The approach that we're taking, I think, is very cost-effective, looking around and seeing what others have done in this regard in the past. We are taking the opportunity to use the most modern technology that's becoming available to us, and also all of the different data sets. And to date, we are using data that is openly published, and I think we'd be reassured, if surprised, as to the sheer amount of data that is out there in the wider world. And by wider world, I literally mean the world, as we're looking to use international data as well as locally created data. We have also reassured ourselves progressively, I think, partly through our own efforts, as to the critical resource that we need in this approach, which are the data scientists. And we have been surprised and, as I say, very pleased to see the calibre of data scientists that we're now able to bring on board. And there is an increasing amount of interest in people who want to get engaged with us directly. And that applies not only to the data scientists that we recruit within the FSA, but also other suppliers, technical suppliers out there who are helping us develop these new services. But I think maybe most importantly, or certainly as important, are those in the industry who want to come and get directly engaged. So this is active engagement in sharing their data and then creating these new services and insights. So this just goes beyond sort of stakeholder engagement and general interest. So in saying that, at the same time, there's plenty of room for more to come on board. So anyone who does want to get involved, whether they be any part of the industry, retail, production, whether they also anyone from academia who isn't engaged already, and any other government department, it's please get in touch. And then I would look to take any questions.
Thanks, Julie. I just put on the record that in the board briefing yesterday, we saw several examples of the progress that had been made in this area, and the board was absolutely blown away by what you've already achieved and the breadth of it and the impact of it and the potential that it's showing. So we can't go through all of that here. There are some examples in the annex, I know, but it was really impressive. Mary.
Thank you, Julian. Really impressive what you're doing, what you and your team are doing. Just in paragraph 17 and 18, review of laboratory capacity and capability, do you have concerns? I mean, where are you about the public laboratory services and whether you have the whether there is the capacity to improve those, or if required, given the new demands, and whether there is what capacity there is to use the extensive private laboratory services, and how you would assure yourselves that those gave you good evidence.
And I shall hand that question across to my colleague.
Thank you. So this is the focus of the first phase of the review of laboratory capacity and capability, and the emerging findings are reassuring that we do have sufficient official control laboratory capacity. So that's a combination of public and private sector laboratories in the UK who are properly accredited and tested for what we assess our day one of EU exit needs to be. The second phase of that review will now look further into the future and try to help identify what our future needs might be, how they might develop, and how we address those. But our focus initially has been on our assurance regarding day one capacity, and as I say, the emerging finding is that we do have sufficient capacity, although, as I say, it is and continues to be a mixture of public and private sector providers.
Paul.
Thank you. We saw some really impressive stuff from Julie yesterday about using algorithms to give predictions on issues developing. And then we've got that fed into, along with, I guess, a lot of other information drawn from numerous sources, into EMT assessments for prioritising. We're developing quite a complex system. How do we look in the future to validate that we're actually getting that right? Because it's very difficult with any system. I think, you know, predictions about the future are it's very hard to know what you're missing. It's very hard to know whether you're getting the right thing. So how do we find some way of saying this whole system is actually working for us?
Right. In answer to that question, absolutely. Core to this approach to surveillance has been the idea of that feedback loop. So that is absolutely part of our approach and our thinking. That feedback may happen on a sort of maybe a micro level, and I'm looking to Philip, my colleague there, as with an incident, once an incident is starting to happen, do we get that feedback immediately? Then through to what may be at a much more macro level, can we see whether the what we have predicted is actually valid? So a lot of what we're producing as products from surveillance aren't definitive, this is the situation. It's there may be something going on over here, there seems to be a trigger worthy of further investigation. And that investigations could take any form whatsoever. The overall design of the processes and tools and techniques to ensure that that feedback is happening, that is being designed at the moment. So we don't have all of those pieces absolutely live at the moment, but it is being designed, and with the plan should be part of what we stand up in March.
I think Guy is going to come in on that, and then Stuart.
Yeah, and one of the other ways to do that is to bootstrap what you've done, so effectively to use historical incidents to then look at your process and see which of your processes correlated most with the prediction of a particular incident. So, for instance, in the meeting I was in Brussels yesterday, there was a computer scientist who's developed a lot of software which is used by companies around the world to look at the order process of supply chains from the moment an order goes in to the product arrives and the bill's paid. And effectively, it's a bit like a root cause analysis in which the software tells you of 500,000 transactions where the principal pinch points or problems are. So I think the best way to do it is to probably, once the process is in place, is to run some historic events and see which of them are the most powerful, going forward.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't have the benefit of your presentation yesterday, but I'm delighted to hear that the quality of the data scientists is of the highest order. But certainly working on the premise that poor data are better than no data, can you tell me how we validate the quality of the data? Because ultimately that's what it comes down to. You can have all the algorithms in the world and the best data scientists, but if the underpinning data are not something you have got confidence in, then we are still in a peculiar place.
Absolutely. I might have said this before, actually, that when we talk about data, as important to the data set is the metadata, and an understanding of the quality of the data put together by the creator owner of the data is as critical as anything else. So we would be looking for data sets where we can see that metadata coming with the data. So then, therefore, yes, as we take on board and use slightly less than perfect quality data, we operate in the real world, at least we can then factor that into the conclusions we may be trying to derive from that data. Second is our approach is very much one of trying to triangulate data, pulling together different data sets and using that as an approach to try to validate or understand what might be happening with the data itself. The third is that, again, going back to my point about the amount of data that is already out there if you go look, we've been using a lot of data published by organisations where I think we have a degree of trust in the quality of the data that's being produced, whether we're talking about WHO data, HMRC data, NOAA data, a local data produced by a number of industry bodies. So again, I think we've been quite surprised as to the amount of data that is produced by sort of like good, reputable organisations who at least understand what data quality means before necessarily having to go into areas where the data may be poorer. Is that? I realise there's no absolute we can get to a point of being 100% guaranteed there. And part of part of what we've got on offer here is isn't necessarily perfection because that takes time. So this is a balance between how, and again we go into this very, very consciously, how important is speed and being able to get these insights quickly, but the quality may not be as perfect as I'm looking to Guy to commission a formal piece of scientific research where I would expect the quality to be much higher. But I think it's going into it with your eyes open.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really important question and one where, again, I think one can kind of use some historical type stuff to explore, in which, firstly, when you talk to a whole range of people, one of the things they often say to us is one of the really important roles you could have is to set the standards. So the standard of data that we should be collecting, which will kind of help you. So that's the first, and then secondly, I think one of one of the problems in this area is how much kind of variation is due to sort of biological variation as against how much is your sort of technical variation of sampling. And biological variation you can never get rid of, whereas technical variation, by increasing your sampling and setting standards, that you can be further about. So I do think, I mean, Julie's talking about in terms of obviously trying to elucidate signal from noise by just kind of gathering in as much information as you can. But I think one can't often achieve it exclusively by that. I think we've got to also work on setting the gold standard as what data standards should be to maximise the chance of you being able to see signal from noise.
May I come back? Well, thank you. I'm reassured. I think I'm also glad to hear that perfection is the long-term aim, and we're very patient in that regard. But I do come back to the fact that as we're sort of expanding our horizons, and you said, we're out there in the wider world, several of the examples you gave, I think with the exception of the WHO, were kind of home sources. And as we do go out into the wider world where there are maybe some less mature systems in place, that we just need to be aware of what that uncertainty and variation is. Thank you.
I think a good example would be DEFRA's farm census figures, where they give a confidence ranking to the figures. The very early results that are put out has a lower ranking than when they've had a time to clean and tidy up the data, and the results get better as time goes on. So it could be covered by a ranking.
And maybe we are working with ONS to take exactly that sort of approach, and not only ONS within the UK, but the UN ONS that's operating globally. So again, I think if we work with organisations like that are trying to tackle exactly these sorts of points, then I think that's how we bring best practice into this space.
Anything else? I think what I would say is I think it's a landmark shift for the FSA, I mean, I think this is an extraordinary step to be able to take, and no doubt will be looked at with a great deal of interest internationally. So I think you should be really congratulated. And I mean, in keeping with some of the other themes of today's board meeting, you're giving us the assurance we need that we'll be beyond a minimum threshold for EU exit day. So that's incredibly welcome. I think the board are agreeing the strategy you're setting out for surveillance, and we've asked a couple of times, how do we know? And I think there are two things here. Of course, it's not for the board. This is a dynamic system. The board can't be on a regular basis trying to decide what that system tells us about priorities. That's for Jason and the executive team to make that happen. But we can be confident that the framework and process is the right framework and process for deciding those priorities. So that's really important. I think in terms of assurance, which is some of what the questions have been about, I think we're looking for assurance about the outcomes and the decisions and the measures, as has been described. And I think Guy's part of our assurance for that. I think the Science Council from time to time will be part of our assurance from that. I think we will have a level of visibility of what's happening through the Business Committee and an annual review here at the board of the direction of surveillance, with those measures for evidencing how it works, will all help give us that level of confidence that what we think is the potential of this is really delivering for us. I expect we'll, in the Business Committee in the spring, looking at next year's financial plan, be looking at the appropriate level of resources to devote to this, so it'll be interesting to see where that gets to. And I think the other thing that we should record, it's been a long time coming, but it's very good now to have the Memorandum of Understanding with Finn. Industry coming forward now and understanding the power of what we're able to do and what we could do together, and the economic benefit that has for industry, let alone our interests in consumer trust and consumer protection. Really important steps. So thank you very much for that. And lots, I think the other thing that we felt yesterday, and we'd probably put on the record, is we think there's a lot to feel proud of in there that should be shared more widely. It will be of great consumer interest. I think it'll give the consumer confidence to know that we're looking at things in this way. They don't expect us to have a crystal ball, but it does help build their confidence and trust as well. Thank you very much indeed. We will now move on to an item to do with the Regulating Our Future reform. proposals, which is about the review that we've commissioned into the delivery of food standards official controls. And Michael is joining us, is back at the table after putting him on the spot earlier. Welcome back. And I think you're going to give us an introduction, Michael.
Thanks very much, Heather. Good morning, everyone. This morning you have before you a paper on a recent review that we've carried out around the delivery of food standards official controls. And before we just get into the detail of that, just to give you a little bit of context, here we're talking about those regulatory controls and checks that are carried out to make sure that food businesses are fulfilling their obligations around the quality, composition, labelling, presentation, chemical contamination and advertising of food. So it's very much about the food rather than the physical attributes of a business. And in terms of the model that we have across England, Wales and Northern Ireland that's been in place for many years, we have different regime for what we refer to food hygiene and food safety versus food standards. And within the Regulating Our Future programme, our starting point has been that the model for food hygiene, which is very much premises driven by inspection of businesses, is not fundamentally broken, but we do see opportunities to modernise and improve and make use of sources of other assurance data, etc. So we're building on a system that is a good foundation. However, when we turn our attention to food standards, what we can see is that the model that has been in place for many years, which is still very much prescribed in terms of inspections, is not fit for purpose and doesn't reflect the modern challenges around food standards. So it's quite clear that we do need to do some fundamental work in that space to develop a model which will have much better outcomes. Turning then to the position with our role, clearly we are the central competent authority for all official controls, and in the space of food standards it is for the FSA to prescribe how that system should function, what it should look like, what it should contain. And it is within our gift to specify that. So we're not constrained in terms of, for example, EU legislation specifying who must do what. It's within our gift to fully describe and define the model. In terms then of how the controls have traditionally been delivered, the food hygiene model that I described has traditionally been delivered by environmental health professionals working in local authorities, and the food standards functions is delivered by both the environmental health professionals and trading standards professionals. And what you'll see if you look at the detail of the report is this is actually a very complex landscape. So we have a myriad of different approaches, which in itself then leads to some inconsistency. On the one hand, in Northern Ireland, you have the food hygiene and food standards model delivered coterminously. These official controls carried out at the same time by the same person. Obviously, that brings benefits, but also some challenges. And then at the other extreme, we have the arrangements in England where we have trading standards professionals employed at county council level delivering the food standards function, whilst the food hygiene is delivered by district councils through environmental health professionals. So it's a very complex landscape, and that will bring its own challenges in terms of how we go about bringing about change. So in terms then of the rationale for carrying out this review, obviously from our ongoing activities through business as usual, we do have an insight as to what performance looks like in relation to both food hygiene and food standards. But one of the difficulties we have in food standards is that the systems that we have in place didn't give us a complete picture, because with the local authorities changing their approaches to how they deliver the food standards controls, that didn't work well with our reporting mechanisms. So we were aware that there was a gap, and before we would start to develop the new approach, we felt it was really important to gather a sound baseline of evidence, which is why we commissioned the survey, which was carried out earlier this year. Designed in partnership with the key stakeholders to make sure that we were asking the right questions, and then working with the likes of CTSI and ACT, so the key players in the trading standards space, to promote the survey and ensure that we did get a good rate of return. In terms then of the report itself, what you will see is that it confirms for us that the model that we currently have is not fit for purpose. It hasn't kept pace with change over time. Local authorities have adopted different approaches. For a lot of the controls, they've moved away from the inspection-based approach to an intelligence-led approach. And we recognise that clearly there are benefits in taking that particular approach for certain types of business. We see that there would still be a role for inspection of certain types of business, particularly manufacturing and processing, where that's the appropriate place to be checking on, for example, labelling requirements and composition. But for a lot of the rest of the food chain, clearly there are more effective approaches that we can use. So we have reported the findings under 4 categories: people, reporting and oversight, intelligence-led working, and changing business behaviour. And our proposal would be that in terms of defining and developing a new model, that we would take the work forward under those 4 headings. The report is pretty self-explanatory in terms of the findings and the issues that have been identified, so I don't intend to go through those in any detail. And I think it's probably better at this point then if we just sort of consider the issues arising.
Michael, thank you very much. Who would like to begin? Colin.
Michael, thank you. And again, thank you for your time last week with the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee. We were joined at that meeting, as you know, by the Director of the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health. And we do things a little differently, as you've already referenced, in Northern Ireland. I think there was a suggestion as could the Northern Ireland model be imported into other parts of the UK where things are not working as well? And what are the impediments to doing that? And I suppose the second question is do we need that level of skill? And I know that there was a pushback from CIH around that, but do we need that level of skill? And there are parallels within the health system, within primary care particularly, where we have looked at, does a GP need to see every single person that needs to, who think they need to be seen by a GP, and could community pharmacists? So is there a different way that would be acceptable to us as the regulator, that maybe if there's a problem with resourcing at the skill levels?
Thanks, Colin. In relation to that, clearly there are benefits and advantages of the system that does operate in Northern Ireland. Fundamental to that is that the local authorities are the competent authorities for all official controls, and we don't have the division in terms of responsibility that we see across the landscape in England. That would present us some challenges in terms of defining who would do what within the model. But clearly we do see benefits in a greater role for the environmental health professional and the work they do, and how we could roll food standards into it in certain types of businesses. And one reason why that sort of is becoming more attractive is that where historically the boundaries between food hygiene and food standards were quite clear, as time has gone on, these things have become more intertwined. So if, for example, we look at the issue around information for consumers around allergens and control of allergens and food safety management systems, we're seeing a greater integration of food hygiene and food standards. And therefore, it does make sense to look at how we could build on that model. And indeed, through the survey, we have identified that there is an increasing trend to move more towards use of the environmental health professional to deliver all of the controls in certain types of business. So we would see this being appropriate, for example, in catering type establishments where there are benefits. The other thing I think we need to bear in mind is that whilst the model is working well in Northern Ireland, it is still very much based on an outdated approach, and therefore we still need to modernise that approach and make sure that we're getting the right delivery regime across the piece.
I think that is important in terms of where we are with this for the board. I think we really need to be clear about endorsing the case for change, and then giving some direction and some framework to officials about
how we expect that sort of model to be developed and the kind of outcomes that we're looking for, not least so that there are elements of the ROF programme we seem to have had to keep revisiting the case for change, and I would like it to be absolutely clear that this board sees that the status quo is not going to be an option, even if all the resources available to mankind were devoted to it. We are looking for something that is more fit for today's circumstances.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Michael. I suppose I'd start just by echoing that point that I think the report we have here very clearly identifies the need for change. I suppose for two fundamental reasons: that delivery has evolved, as you've identified. You've only got to look at the two annexes to see the massive crossover between environmental health and trading standards. I suppose the second reason is that change will give us the opportunity to, I suppose, halt the slide, where almost a service has been allowed to wither quietly and in hiding, and the level of assurance that it's able to give, therefore, is probably not as high as we would like, and therefore that catalyst will come from the change. Three questions related to that, if I may. Case for change, case for review, absolutely clear. However, I'd just like assurance that we believe that there is the capacity and capability to undertake this review now, given that we've got phase 1 of ROF still very live and in the implementation stage, and we've got the changes to the official meat controls. And that's not just about the FSA's capacity to cope with all of that change, but also the local authorities and other partners who are kind of almost continually getting advice from us on how they can improve things for the future, and they're relatively small organisations, so we need comfort that they can deal with everything we're asking of them. The second point is around pace. We did some fantastic work on the official meat controls very, very quickly, and what learnings we can take from that process that we can apply to this process to make it a quicker review and quicker to implementation. Because of all the reasons you've identified, the system currently at the moment probably isn't giving the level of assurance that we would like. And then I guess the third bit is to ensure that we devise a system which does allow the focus to remain on delivering that assurance programme, but also doesn't allow further withering and a further reduction of investment, so that we don't end up with a better, more efficient, easier to deliver system that still only delivers half what it needs to do, but at half the cost. We need to deliver everything we need to do, but at the cost we're investing now in it. So it would be very easy for that to just slip away again in 10 years' time.
Okay. I'll go back to your first question and work my way forward from there, David. In terms of the capacity and capability, clearly as we move through phase 1 of the Regulating Our Future programme, we are taking stock overall of what is happening within the programme, what our priorities are, and where our resources are targeted. To be able to take this work forward, it doesn't stand on its alone as a new thing within Regulating Our Future. So, for example, one of the key issues that you will see coming through the report is around competency and the skills and experience that people need to be able to deliver the controls. We already have a competency work stream within Regulating Our Future, so we interface with that particular piece of work. I have taken the opportunity to reorganise some of the resources both within what we would have considered as business as usual and within the programme to make sure that we have got an appropriate level of resource and the right type of resource to be able to take forward the development of the new model. In terms of local authorities, it's a very good point around their ability to cope with change. We have been engaging with them on a number of occasions recently, and we have been getting a very strong sense that they're finding life quite challenging at the moment, particularly with the uncertainty around EU exit and what changes that might bring about. This programme of work will take longer to develop. What we are getting very clearly from the local authorities is a very strong willingness to work with us. They've recognised that there is a strong case for change here. They want the model to change from what it currently is, and they want to work with us. So in terms of getting people in, for example, to help us on our working group, and then in terms of engaging at a higher level, we're getting no resistance there at all. People really want this to move forward. And by the time we would be in a position to roll out the actual changes, I would be hopeful that we will be in a somewhat different place than we are today around the uncertainties with the EU exit. That then takes me to your observation around the report which you considered at your last meeting around the cutting plant and cold store review. And I think the easiest way to describe that is that within that review, what we see is very specific recommendations which are about fine-tuning and strengthening an existing regime on the food hygiene perspective, recognising that there are some food standards issues around the who does what and the dual responsibility. But what we're talking about here is the fundamental rebuild of an approach that has been in place for many years, from I first came into the food safety function. And it will take us time to work through that in detail. We will have to work with other government departments as well, because clearly in the trading standards space, there are other departments that have a very strong interest and expectations around what happens in that wider profession. So it's one where there isn't a quick fix. We are committed, as ever, within the Regulating Our Future programme to working at pace. And I would envisage that I would be coming back to you in June of next year to give you an update on the significant progress that we will have made over the next 6 months. In terms then of your question around making sure we don't fix a problem for today that doesn't give us what we need in the future. Clearly, what we have at the moment is a very rigid and defined approach for controls in the food standard space. I would be confident in terms of what we will build, looking at the new approach with a greater reliance on and use of intelligence. That will stand us in good stead for the future model. And we will always be testing what we build, say, well, actually, in terms of where we can envisage the future demands and priorities would be, will this model be flexible enough to cope for it? So we'll not be nailing something down that puts us back into a box that would take us back to where we find ourselves today.
Thank you. Jason, do you want to come on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on the speed and resourcing issue. Clearly, we'll continue to make progress on this, and we'll make the necessary investment, and in our planning, we'll make the resource available that we think is appropriate to make the progress. I'm encouraged by Michael's comments about we might be, on this particular aspect of ROF, working in a more supportive and a more favourable landscape in terms of local authority embracing some of the ideas and thoughts and ways forward. I would caveat it with, again, as permeates almost every aspect of the business at the minute, it depends where we end up on EU exit. If we end up in a no-deal situation with EU exit, then there will inevitably be an impact on speed of progress.
Stuart. Well done, David. Colin. Don't vote. Oh, you're falling like flies. Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I mean, it makes hugely concerning reading. So pleased that we've managed to get the sort of case for urgent change out in the open. I was also pleased to note, and the committee welcomed the fact you'd had such a good response from Welsh local authorities and good engagement in getting information from them. It's evident there's 3 different models emerging across the different administrations. Wales seems to be holding its own to some extent, but we heard from the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health presence came to the meeting that they were doing that by already adapting and combining the roles. And so you've got an emerging change, and they can do that because they're unitary, I guess, and dissimilar to the situation in England. Absolutely echo David's comment about we need to make sure that in trying to cover the roles in different ways, so we have a clear sense of the basic capacity that's required and the skill sets in local government, and that we keep an eye on that and see that the whole picture as we go through the change process. The committee was keen to note that this report is a sort of summary of what people said, but there's lots of other sources of information that will give you a rounded picture, because they felt some of the statements, they had alternative evidence that gave a slightly different view. So just to encourage a full discussion around what's all the evidence telling us about the options, but very strong message that they wanted engagement going on. I know you're following up with those conversations, and I think a real sense of urgency. Yes, let's get on with this and try and find a different model. Do you have a sense that we might end up with 3 different models?
In terms of how responsibility is currently divided, I would say that we will still end up with different ways of delivering, but what we will need to make sure is that the approach to delivery is the right one, not just the approach that we have today. But it would seem highly likely that we will end up with different approaches across the 3 countries, underpinned by the same important features.
Well, it sounds to me, to pick that point up, that we're trying to create a framework. We think what we need to do is create a framework within which local authorities are absolutely obliged to deliver and meet the kind of performance measures with the right skills and capacity that we need them to do, but that they can decide the best way to meet those obligations within whatever they local governance arrangements are, or their constitutional framework might be, or anything else. And also that allows us to work with the grain of local authority innovation. And so I think that is in line with the ROF principles more broadly, which is how do we get that framework in place and allow the right sort of operational prioritisation to happen without losing sight of it must still be done there, the outcome must still be achieved. We had Laura.
Thank you. And I thought that this report, like Ruth said, was very worrying in terms of where, in many ways, the architecture has gone. But I do think it really reiterates Heather's point, and that is every time we move forward on ROF, we find real rationale and real need for change. It's not, in many ways, just something that the FSA is keen to deliver. At every stage, we're seeing new risks, new ways that we've got to work together collectively with our partners. So I really welcome this report. I have one question and one sort of suggestion. The first question is, we raised this issue about internet food, and it's something that really and truthfully, when we look at both trading standards and environmental health, I mean, it is just not on their radar screen. And this, I'd be really interested to see how much more food is being sold on the internet as well, and what we need to put in place, because it strikes me as it's a risk, but also a growing risk. And the second point is, I think that this piece of work is so important because in many ways, while this particular area about trading standards, environmental health officers, mixed roles, mixed responsibilities, lack of clarity, I think that this really undermines, in many ways, the overall architecture. And I wonder whether we wanted, and something really for the chair and for Jason, to escalate this a little bit and have a proper sort of commission, really try and ensure that it gets some political backing and some platform by which we can drive change. Because if what we do is some very interesting committees looking at it, it could just get buried, or in some ways the outcomes be negotiated consensus rather than actually a clear outcome about the role and the future architecture. I also take on board what Ruth says in terms of different approaches. I actually think that we should be careful, though, about lots of different approaches, because on the whole, the local authorities are really trying to manage financial resources rather than outcomes. And I think that it might be an opportunity for a really new set of principles about how we work with our delivery partners. But that might be being too ambitious there.
I think that sounds like something we could go away and have a look at how we could achieve those ambitions. Yeah. And I do think in all of this, you know, we do say this regularly, but it's always worth reporting. When we talk about regulatory reform, we are talking about this happening to us as well. And so an important part for me of this paper is this is about the FSA sort of stepping further into that central competent authority role. You know, we have to own and take responsibility for this whole regulatory regime. We've got to be satisfied that it's working effectively, and all of those things, I think, are part of that sort of I suppose, the evidence we can give of the robustness of the UK control system is fundamental. It's always important. It is going to be more important once we've left the EU, and we are potentially open to more challenge from others who wish to gain some advantage from that. Mary, you want to come in?
Thank you for the paper. It laid out very clearly the concerns I think we've got. I mean, certainly as a small business, we've sometimes had a trading standards officer come in one week, and the same week an environmental health officer will come in, really fundamentally looking at the same kind of things, but sitting in different councils, in a district council and a county council, so which has always felt to me to be very difficult. But of course, what we're looking at is a very constrained environment in local authorities, and the additional demands, while completely rational, it's really clear that the paper makes such a strong case, but the additional demands will be, you know, a mountain over which those local authorities may simply be unable to climb to gain those additional benefits. And I don't know whether we're going to create the sort of suite of well, the training manuals you're talking about in Wales and Northern Ireland, or, you know, these regional groups which, you know, the paper says has fallen into abeyance, and how we support those local authorities in a time of really extreme constraint, where their focus may well not be on changes that the leadership of those local authorities may not understand give those benefits, which they undoubtedly will.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because if the FSA in earlier years had been more on the case of holding local authorities to account, we might not have been in the position we are in now about the need to put this right to the scale that we need to put it right. So I think what you say, and that need to support local authorities, is absolutely right. But we must be careful that we don't allow our empathy and understanding to override the need for it to be done in the interests of public health and consumer protection. And I just don't feel in the past, none of us were here, we don't know why, but that balance just wasn't there in the way that perhaps we'd have been better served if it was. Michael.
Yeah, just to pick up on that point, clearly, yeah, we are looking very fundamentally at the role we play as central competent authority, recognising that will be much more under the microscope in a post-EU exit world. So it's really hard to be able to give you a sense of the totality of what's happening around our internal change and how we are going to do things differently. So at the moment, we are looking fundamentally at the approaches that we have for assessing local authority performance, how we measure that, what the outcomes that we expect are, and there's a significant bit of work going on in that space. And I think we will be bringing that to the board for consideration in March. So we're very much alive to the need to be driving things differently, to raise the profile, to make sure that we're not identifying concerns around what local authorities are able to achieve around 15, 16 months after reporting year, and moving to a more real-time scenario. So we're definitely committed to upping our game in that space. Just to pick up on your point, Laura, around the internet sales, that's a classic example of how the model we have today doesn't reflect the way the food industry operates. It's an issue which is very much under discussion across the piece, and we have been contributing to a working group on internet sales, working with the Commission. And there's been some work done on that under our business as usual. Clearly, we will need to make sure that that particular supply route for food is catered for and addressed in the new model.
Julie.
Yes, if I could just build on internet sales, it becomes more complex than that, because as well, we're talking about those businesses that are operating as digital platforms, and they aren't only selling food as food, they're providing dining services and they're intermediaries. So all sorts of different models, but I'm speaking on behalf of my science colleagues here. We have done a piece of research to try to understand those sorts of models and then try to see what the take-up is. So we are starting to look at those.
Can I ask just one question, and it's something possibly, I mean, for the future, but it would be really interesting to start measuring how much food is actually being sold online, whether that be in a sort of catered way or direct, or also through supply chains as well. I just think it's going to be an important part of that armoury, and also to underpin how and why we need to change how we regulate.
Anyone else with a contribution on this? I think that, I mean, that's been a really constructive discussion. And I think what we've actually done is set out some of those principles about the outcomes that we expect the new model to achieve, which we'll try to distill. And we must also not lose sight of the point that Michael made in his introduction about the importance of the new controls that we put in place, also reflecting the emerging allergen situation and our growing understanding and knowledge of allergens. So that's a critical component to fit in there. Well, we're going to be hearing a lot about this over the next 18 months, aren't we? And rightly so. Very, very important. I think at this point we will break for 15 minutes and reconvene at 10:30. Thank you.
Is turning on your body and taking the myelin sheath off your nerves.
The initial symptoms I had when I woke up in the morning were almost like flu symptoms, achy.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now moving into a nice chunk of science at the heart of the FSA, as we all know. And we're first of all going to have the final reports from two of the Science Council working groups that we asked to look at specific questions for us. I'm delighted that Sandy Thomas, who chairs the Science Council, has been able to join us. Thank you, Sandy. It's really nice to have you here. As is usual with these kinds of reports, we have the report and then our executives' response to that for the board's consideration. So what we thought we'd do is ask Sandy to give her perspective first in terms of, obviously the board will have read all of this, but give her perspective first and then we'll talk about the detail. It's also a moment to formally welcome Rick. I think this is your first board meeting. Excellent. Let's hope it's not your last. You don't get to choose. No, I mean, you might not want to come. I didn't mean that. That's gone out completely wrong.
Doing very well.
Rick, it's really nice to have you here, and we look forward to you being at many more meetings in the future. Excellent. Right, well, now I've set that up brilliantly. Sandy.
Thank you very much, Heather, and good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to make a very brief set of remarks before handing over to Rick, because you already have the response. So I'd just like to say it's very good to see the Science Council's first reports discussed by the board in this way, and we have a detailed response in front of us. So I'm very going to be pleased to talk about this with my Science Council next week. I don't want to anticipate the discussion you're going to have, but I'm pleased to see that the overall plan of the FSA is to accept the recommendations and to see and to act on those action plans. For Working Group 1 on capability and assurance, I just want to emphasise again that the working group did identify a lot of good practice and capability across the FSA. So that was the first point, so we shouldn't lose sight of that. But the idea was how it could be strengthened so that capability could be improved, and also you could have more consistency and deliberation in the way that you use science. And I think highlighting the areas that are crucial to success of the advice that's given here is taking this more strategic approach overall to science engagement so that you can connect better with external expertise, both nationally and internationally, and also the same with external capability and funding. So all of that engagement being ramped up, developing this internal capability so that there's more of an intelligent customer focus, and strengthening that internal engagement in science across the FSA. So these are the key things. On the second working group for risk and uncertainty, we know, and we've said explicitly, that the FSA, of course, already follows globally recognized risk analysis frameworks, but this idea of drawing it together into one coherent framework so you can develop consistency across different kinds of risks is all important. And again, key areas so that this succeeds from a Science Council point of view is that FSA owns these principles, that they shouldn't be seen as the Science Council principles, and a clear plan to operationalise those principles, and we're going to hear in a moment about those, and making sure there is the capability and the processes in place to be able to support check and also demonstrate that this is actually happening and that there is consistent implementation of these principles in practice, and then keeping this under review so that the FSA can be seen to be reacting to science on the front foot. That's all I'll say for now. Thank you. Rick.
So what I'll do is I'll take paper 09 first, and then I'll talk through our response very briefly, and then open it up to the board. And obviously, I'd just like to start by thanking Sandy and her colleagues from the Science Council for their excellent work in this area. Really important work, and we really do value their contribution. So obviously, in terms of paper 18/1209, there's two parts to it. Obviously, there is the final report itself from Working Group 1, which was focused on capability and assurance, and you've all got copies of that in Annex 1. The second part of that is then also the FSA's response to the report, setting out both the analysis and also the response and the proposed actions. Just in very brief summary, the report identified 42 recommendations, and the executive welcomes those. A detailed response across 5 themes is provided in Annex 2 for you all. And this identifies proposed actions which are already in hand, ones which we're looking to prioritise in the future, but also those ones that will be implemented and which need to be further elaborated. With the board agreement, we use this basis to then go forward into an operational level plan for the implementation of agreed actions. Linked to this, the paper also highlights some areas where we need to consider a resource prioritisation to support that implementation and the development of the further action plan. The second key part to our response is we've invested a significant level of effort in development of a framework for science assurance, which forms the second key element of this response. The framework you will see is built around 3 key pillars, so that's strong internal governance, independent review, and openness and transparency, and it provides a clear and simple model around which we can build and implement new initiatives for assuring our science governance and quality. So basically the ask here of the board is to consider the working group's report, and then secondly to comment on and agree the proposed FSA response to the recommendations, including the proposed framework for science assurance. Open to questions.
Thank you, Rick. Questions from the board? I think we commissioned this knowing that this is an area where, outside the EU, we can simply expect to be more exposed to challenge, and therefore the level of confidence around the board that we've got the right evidence, that its reliability, its actionability, that level of assurance is really important to us. Rosie.
Thank you very much. I just had 2 general points, really. I really welcome this report and the recommendations within it. There's a lot here around the advisory committee appointments and all of that side of it. And I noticed that one action is to increase how much people are remunerated and so on. I would just like to add, I'd really like to see diversity in those appointments. It's come up in previous board meetings, and I've had separate conversations with Patrick Vallance, Chief Scientific Advisor, and one of the things I would like to see included in here is a move for the FSA to really embrace diversity in the people encouraged to apply for those roles. The second area was really just about publishing the research, and it's mentioned in here about transparency around that, and that also came up at the recent social science symposium, and I think we would all, I would be very keen to make this a priority to really display the sort of huge amount of work that we're putting and money we're putting into this area so that people can see the benefit of the research being done.
Thanks. I think Guy was going to come in there.
It was to pick up, Patrick Vallance raised, he had conversation with you about diversity with the Chief Scientific Advisors about a week ago. And we spoke about not just the diversity aspect, but in terms of the capability and assurance of in bringing science into government. And at that, I highlighted some of the things that Heather and I have been doing recently with working with some of the professional bodies like the Royal Society of Biology and the Royal Society of Chemistry to try to develop a system in which from earlier stages in a career, which is obviously a key diversity aspect too, people want to engage with committees, so they may take part in working groups, then eventually coming up to become chairs and roles beyond that. So it's certainly something which the Food Standards Agency is really keen to engage in wider government practice, and I'm hoping that now Patrick, after conversations with you, is flagging it. With a wider government push in that direction, it should be really useful.
Thank you. So, welcome the report. I think there's a lot of very sensible recommendations, and I think the FSA response to them is proportionate. I wanted to raise one thought that follows on a little bit from what Rosie was saying about publishing the science. In openness and transparency, we talk quite a bit about publication of risk assessments and reports, open data, a great focus on generating peer-reviewed publications as part of our work. There is another aspect that doesn't really get mentioned here, which I think would be helpful in establishing, better establishing FSA as a recognised centre of scientific excellence, which is in trying to get the scientists we work with, partners and scientists within the FSA, to also be looking at ways of engaging with popular science journals, newspapers, websites, whatever, to get some of that information over in a way that is comprehensible to the general public as well as to the rest of the science community. I don't mean a dumbing down, I just mean an explanation in a way that is open to everyone. And that might be, I think, a very useful part of openness and transparency. And there's a big audience there for that kind of well-explained science, and there's plenty of routes open now to do it as well.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you. I wanted to just come back to the diversity issue. I welcome the report. It's a really good sort of summary of what we need to do to push on with science at the FSA. There is a recommendation. I just want to make sure that we've understood that it doesn't mean what I think it might mean. It talks about the CSA using personal contacts to develop centres of excellence and to identify them. And I just wanted to make sure that we were adopting best practice in terms of how we engage where there's opportunities to develop new centres and so on, that is absolutely explicitly done in a way that maximises fairness and diversity. So just to emphasise that point. And the second similar sort of theme was the focus of the activity talks almost entirely, both for the research and for in emergency situations, talks entirely about Whitehall-based institutions. And I just want to be absolutely explicit that this is a UK-wide approach and that we are expecting engagement across all of the administrations. I'm sure it's there, but I just wanted to make that point. The final point was really just the implementation plan. Some of this is actually fairly part of adapting current business, but there'll be some, I guess, some resource implications. And will the implementation plan be part of the business planning process for next year? Is a question.
I think on the implementation plan, these are about ways of working within the resource allocation rather than we're looking at implementing a funding stream to this specifically.
Okay.
Steve.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to address that resourcing point, and possibly Rick can answer the points about publicising our science and giving it an appropriate platform. There are some elements that we're taking forward now with existing current year funding, but in the bids we've made as part of our planning round for 2019-20, for discussion at the executive and then by the board, there'll be the bids for resource we need to put in place some of the actions we need that are longer term, because not all of that we currently have funding for. And as with everything else in the exec and board, we need to balance these against other priorities there may be.
And Guy, do you just want to give a bit of assurance about the kind of personal networks point?
Yeah, well, to pick up a couple of the other things, you're absolutely right about the alternative methods of getting information out there, and I think some recent work on these FSA Explains videos I think are particularly useful. And you know, as you kind of highlight, the fact is that an FSA Explained video being seen by 10,000 people is probably significantly more people than sadly read one of my peer-reviewed papers. So, you know, we have to be honest here. So it is a good way, and I think the organisation are working really hard in that space, and probably should do more and more. You know, of it, probably with maybe slightly different kind of levels of detail, so it maybe has a different kind of audience that you can kind of reach for different purposes. In terms of the point about networks, I don't think it's anything to do with actually trying to go round proper procedures and formal routes, etc. I think it was more of a recognition that part of the reason a government department might have a chief science advisor is to bring in lots of external networks and access that maybe the people within the organisation haven't normally got access to, and therefore one should use that more to kind of identify opportunities, etc., which are then a fair process, you know, beyond that. It's a bit like the diversity aspect, that, you know, to try and get as many people as possible to apply for things, but that doesn't mean there's any guarantee they're going to get on them.
Can I quickly go back? I wasn't intending to sort of dismiss the importance of the personal networks or to cast any aspersions, but I just wanted to be sure that we were consciously using a range of open methods to get the best possible linkages, and it was sort of to widen that scope, and I accept that reassurance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really interesting paper. The diagram on page 15, I'm very happy to see that those arrows are two-way. In other words, stuff going out from the science part of the FSA to other parts. I'm wondering whether there is a requirement for training or whatever, but a science capability within those other parts of the organisation, so that they are able to ask the right questions as well as receive the right answers, in order that they can receive the right answers. And also kind of a request that those arrows move outside the box, because, you know, it's the, as Guy's just said, it's the external engagement to those external groupings, and also to make sure that those go beyond the UK, because science is a global enterprise. You know, it's an international thing where the useful knowledge may come from.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on that?
Yes, it's just to say in terms of, you mentioned and touched upon learning and development. That's definitely high in our priority as we build the new team. We've invested heavily in new staff, and part of that is going to be getting the right training in place for the whole range of capabilities that those scientists need. And that will include things like media training, for example, because we do, and addressing one of the earlier points, we do want to be more proactive, avoid that sort of empty chair kind of piece where if you don't make the comment, someone else will. So we want to be more proactive, and I get the sense within a short period of time that actually the FSA is very proactive in that media engagement place, and I think it does then give us an opportunity to get those messages across to a broader audience and engage thoroughly.
Oh, Steve.
Just coming back to the point about the ability and capability of people across the organisation to engage with the science teams on issues of science so that we can have the right conversations, ask the right questions. I think it's still true, as it has been for many years, that around half the people in the organisation have a background in science to at least degree level, and those across all parts of the organisation, including policy, so not just in science. So our executive team is scientifically literate and competent enough to ask those questions and engage in those questions. Not all scientists are in the science team.
Thank you. Stuart.
Somewhat along the same lines, I suspect, but the independent review, which talks about developing clear processes for people to raise issues around FSA science with CSA outside formal channels, I wasn't quite sure what that meant. If we're developing clear processes, do they not become part of the formal channel?
It would more be, we do from time to time get challenge about whether the science is the right science being applied in the right way, so it's a version of whistleblowing.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on this paper, Guy?
Well, I think that that's a good link to a point I did want to raise, which I think in terms of this science assurance sometimes doesn't get as much attention as the area we've been focusing on, in which we often think very hard about ensuring that we commission, use, try to generate the best scientific evidence we can. And that's what the working group kind of talked about in terms of a phase 1 activity. What we sometimes don't talk so much about, and it's kind of relevant to some of the papers we've got later today, is being assured that that world-class evidence coming in is fairly represented when it comes up the organisation to the people at the top. I mean, you might argue if you spend a lot of money and effort generating world-class evidence, but by the time it's pre-seed and filtered, it's quite mediocre. That's not a very good way of doing things. You're better off just commissioning mediocre things to begin with. So I do think on this assurance aspect that one of the things moving forward, and especially when we potentially are in a post-Brexit world, that assurance is also about assuring that the evidence coming up the organisation to the board and others who are using that evidence is assured too.
I think it's absolutely right. One of the points I wanted to make in just confirming that the board's support of this is the critical importance of your role in that assurance and our reliance on you. And you present an annual report to the board, which is a relatively recent thing, and we are increasingly looking to you both informally and through those formal channels and in that report to be able to give us that assurance that what the science indicates and says has been properly responded to in the way it's then taken through the rest of the department into decision. So I think that's critical. Laura?
Could I just add to what Heather says? Absolutely, the assurance that we need as an organisation, but actually that we will also need to show that assurance with external audiences, and it will be contested, and we will be in a position where we will have to have very, very clear processes about how we've achieved and how we've assured it. So I think we're going to be very much more in the spotlight, and therefore this form of this paper and how we need to take this forward is absolutely crucial to underpin our integrity and our independence.
Mary.
Just following on from that, from a budgetary point of view, you know, to actually then to knowledge exchange that science adds whatever it is, 5% or whatever to project costs. So are we building those costs in to consistent with the current and future requirements to actually share that science out and hear what people are saying? Jason.
So just to add, yes, I mean, part of our recruitment over the summer was, as well as focusing a lot on risk assessment, was also focusing on some of the government science governance as well. So we have extra resource in that area. And we definitely are looking at building in those things, as I say, learning and development budgets and also exchange and engagement budgets as well. So yes, we are business planning for that. And just on that point as well, if you look at the report as well, it does make a very strong point about and our response about leadership, and absolutely Guy is a critical part of that as well as the whole exec.
So I think at that point, if we can agree that we warmly welcome the working group's report, that we agree the proposed response, and particularly around the proposed framework for science assurance and the role of the CSA and other measures in that. So thank you very much. Shall we move on to the second report, Rick, on risk and uncertainty?
Yes, so thank you. The second working group, Science Council working group paper on risk and uncertainty, again, Annex 1 for the full report, and you should have access to that, and then also the FSA's response to that. In terms of the overall response, obviously the exec welcomes the working group's findings, and again we thank the Science Council for their efforts in this area. We recognise both the 15 good practice principles and the 17 recommendations to underpin their implementation. Our response echoes both the report's understanding that the FSA is already operating to internationally recognised standards in this area, and also the needs to develop its own risk analysis framework and in turn the underpinning processes to support that. In terms of the ongoing development in the risk analysis framework, that is going to be covered in a following paper, and I think it's very good to see how that has flowed through from the working group paper into that very strategic piece of work that's ongoing. And I think in presenting that second paper, it will become very clear how the working group's principles have been adopted and are being put into practice. So the ask is just to firstly consider the working group's report, secondly agree the best practice principles are consistent and provide a basis for our ongoing risk analysis framework, and finally to agree the FSA's proposed response to the recommendations. Thank you.
Comments on this or questions on this from board members? When are we going to get something on risk communication at the board? Obviously there was a component of this which is about risk communication, and I know that we've had reports commissioned in the last 12 months or so that have reported on risk communication. I don't know when we'll see something like that.
So I was at the Advisory Committee for Social Science yesterday, and there was one of the working groups there is obviously looking at risk communication that's ongoing, and I think that will be built in and might actually come up in Michelle's paper, which is later around the future of social science. But certainly part of this process has been working across with obviously the Science Council making recommendations, but also the ACSS as well. So there has been good join up on our independent advisory panels on this.
Thank you. Anything else, Ruth?
Thank you. I welcome the work that's been done on this, and look forward to seeing how it progresses. I just wanted to clarify one point on the risk management part of the supporting paper. It talks about the need for proportionate protection of consumers, and I think I'd like to have more explicit consideration. It talks about the rationale, what's deemed proportionate should be made explicit, and I think we really need to have a conversation about that at some point as a board, because of the different legislation that would come into play. So the wellbeing of future generations legislation has a requirement to take decisions in a very particular way, thinking of the long term, being preventative. And so as this work develops, I'd like to make sure that we've fully considered the different, if you like, expectations that might be around this.
Without anticipating our next paper, I'm fairly confident we'll agree that we want to see that framework and how that judgment's going to be made as a critical part of the board being assured that that is the right way of handling things and being able to scrutinise it in future. So, absolutely. Anything else on this? I think one of the other things we must be clear to note in this is you know, we've made a structural decision around functional separation between risk assessment and risk management, and then we have that sort of bit of risk communication glue in the middle of that as well. It's not people describe it as a Chinese wall, but I think what we've observed, and it comes up in the next paper as well, is that that's possibly too brutal a way to try to make this work in the best interests of consumers as well as all the other stakeholders. But there's some really good pointers in this report about how we make sure that that separation of function is still properly done with proper discipline and control. There's nothing else in that case. Well, I think the board is agreeing with the best practice principles that are contained in the report, and we agree that they're the right basis and are now embedded into the risk analysis framework that we're going to go on to discuss. We can agree the response to the recommendations, and once again, really grateful for the effort that's gone into tackling that. Thank you, Sandy, very much indeed. Thanks. And moving on, a paper on risk analysis, which we have Michael and Steve for, and I think Lyndon's here as well. Lyndon Jack, nice to have you here, Lyndon. Who would like to introduce this, Steve or Michael? Are you kind of playing some kind of tag game across the room?
Yeah, we're going to be playing tag. So hopefully it won't be too much of a tennis match kind of environment for you. Yeah, so this is a paper on the whole risk analysis the whole risk analysis process. Steve's got the magic button for the slides. So the focus of this presentation is to kind of work through the whole process to help the board build an understanding of how risk analysis is performed in the FSA. I think it's fair to say that we do much of this already, but this sets out how we can demonstrate how we will manage risk analysis, and how we're planning to strengthen that process, particularly in the light of the recommendations from the Science Council working groups. So the paper itself asks the board a number of questions. The board will be asked to discuss the risk analysis process, and we will go through the presentation, and there's a flowchart presented at Annex A of the paper that sets out a simplified version of risk analysis. And agree the principles that govern each stage of the process, which you've already done through the previous papers. To note the plans to strengthen capacity and structures of the FSA advisory committees in the light of exit. To agree proposals for an advisory forum on food and feed, including terms of reference, which are shown at Annex C of the paper. And to ask executive to prepare a paper for discussion at the March 2019 board, which will on assurance of the risk analysis process, including the board's role. So how the board fits into the whole assurance process, which has been part of the discussion this morning as well. So if you like, this is part of a continuum of how the FSA does risk analysis and governance from the discussions that the board had in September through to this paper now in December, and then another paper following in March. So with that, I'll pass on to Steve.
Thanks. So this presentation, which really takes the risk analysis framework in the paper and explores in more detail the constituent parts, is intended to help provide assurance to the board that the processes we need to have in place before EU exit, we're on course to deliver, and I can state that the assurance we provide to the EU exit programme board, the delivery status, delivery confidence of both these elements are green or green amber and approaching green. So our sense is that we are in a good place, and hopefully this presentation will provide that assurance, and also assurance around the the desire that the board has already articulated today for clear processes that will withstand increased scrutiny. As we discussed back in September, we already follow globally recognised frameworks for how we undertake risk analysis. Here are the internationally recognised definitions of each of those constituent parts of risk analysis: assessment, management and communication. And I think an important point of difference that we need to log is that in the part of the process where we assemble evidence, we are not just looking at the human health risk assessment. We're also looking to evidence the range of factors that risk managers in the executive and the board will want to take into account when making their decisions or framing their advice to ministers. So that means we have to be clear and explicit, not just on, if you like, the normative risk and assessment process, but on what those other legitimate factors, to use the internationally recognised terminology, might be. So for March, we plan to develop and bring to you what will inevitably be a non-exhaustive list, because it will develop with practice on those other legitimate factors, likely to include issues as diverse as impacts on animal welfare to potential for trade distortion, because our aim is to try to capture all of those aspects that might legitimately be considered to be consumers' other interests in relation to food, whether those impacts on consumer interests are direct and indirect. And absolutely, this is where the point that Ruth picked up in discussion of the last paper, aspects of well-being of future generations, we would want to see reflected, not just reflected in the decisions we make, but evidence in terms of the portfolio of evidence and analysis we provide.
So this is the chart that's attached to your Annex A. So Steve and I will sort of walk you through it, if you like. We'll try and make it as interesting as possible as we go through, but this is a fundamental underpinning of how we operate in the FSA. We've attempted here to sort of put it as a simple visual graphic, but clearly this is not going to be a linear flow. This is just for the sake of simplicity. There may be cycles within each of these steps where we want a contingent risk assessment on some of the things as we go through. The board will have different roles, probably, and we'll cover this later on in the presentation at kind of the step 8 and step 11. One important thing just to flag now is that, as agreed in September, kind of non-controversial technical risk management will be managed by the executive and put to ministers, but the board will have sight of those as well on a quarterly basis, and that'll probably be appended to the chief executive's report. Whereas when we get to the more complex, contentious issues, then that will go through the current process of boards being cited on that, with the board taking a formal view at, say, step 11. I say we'll come back to that. But that's basically just so we can, so in case you're thinking, oh my gosh, where are we? That's just to sort of say now that we'll be covering that later on. Timescales for progress through that will really be dependent on the issue and the response that's needed. Some timelines for regulated products are already laid down in legislation, so there will be no framework, if you like, or prescription as to how quickly something would pass through this process. It will absolutely depend on the issue. So just taking you through kind of the steps process. This is step 1, step 2 and step 3. We've tried to sort of bulk them up a little bit. So we need to equate consumers' other interests in food with other legitimate factors, as Steve has mentioned. And as we talked about the assurance role of the CSA for the board and the organisation, and we would see at this start us working risk managers working with risk assessors to define the proper questions that we need to put to them. Often a policy person will sort of say, well, we need some evidence on this. without actually thinking through why and what sort of evidence we need. So we will be putting in a process where we will be helped by science colleagues to define the risk management question. So that then sets that process going so that we get the appropriate evidence and science. CSA clearly has a leading role to play in that, making sure that we're actually asking the right questions and that the science colleagues can facilitate risk assessment and build that quality of evidence. Then we move to kind of step 3. Again, as I said, the evidence required for the risk analysis will depend on the nature of the work, but there will always be a risk assessment related to chemical, microbiological, radiological, or allergen risks. That will be a given, as we do now. And the risk assessment will perform the primary evidence to inform the decision making. As Steve's again already said, there will be other legitimate factors. So as risk managers, we will get the science, we'll get the evidence, but then there'll be other things like animal welfare, health and safety, economic impact, consumer perceptions, which will be also added to the mix around about the risk assessment. So we're looking for, if you like, a package, a full package of science, evidence, including economic aspects, including behavioural research, to come back into risk managers so that we can then, that helps informs the risk management decisions, or recommendations, sorry.
And this step 3, is a key part in this entire process. It's where the questions that need to be answered of science and evidence are phrased and are agreed. It's coloured green and blue in the diagram because it's a joint responsibility of risk assessors and risk managers. The Director of Science and Director of Policy will jointly sign those off. The Chief Scientific Advisor will have an assurance board role. The paper we discussed in September made clear that an important part of Guy's role is to assure the board that the right questions are being asked in order to generate the evidence that can then be used in risk management. I engaged yesterday with the Advisory Committee on Social Science. I think they have a role to play in helping us understand how questions can best be framed. The gold standard for practice around problem formulation, this stage is for there to be some wider consultation. I don't know of any other regulatory authority in food looking across the world that does this consistently and does this well in terms of external engagement on problem formulation. So we will need to decide what our ambition and appetite is, the extent to which, as many others do, we see this stage as primarily a technocratic one, discussion and agreement between risk assessors and risk managers, and to what extent we want to open that debate up for wider consultation to civil society more generally. I think that's an open question, not one we have the time or the space to agree before day 1 of EU exit, but something we will need to consider as this process matures over time. So we go from green, Michael's world, to blue, my world. So once the questions are agreed, we need to determine how we're going to answer them, what types of evidence are needed to answer the questions, who's best placed to undertake them, what that project plan looks like, what the timescale is, and then agree that proposition with the risk managers, because we need to have a risk assessment that's in each case fit for its purpose. In some instances, there'll be a very quick internal assessment of existing evidence. That's what we normally do in incident management, because that's what the time pressures dictate. That's what we'll continue to do. On other occasions, we will need a more extensive analysis of all the evidence that's available, and that's where we will engage our scientific advisory committees. But as you all have heard, for example, at your last meeting when we talked about the ACMSF subgroup report on antimicrobial resistance, we're getting more skilled at breaking down those questions for our scientific advisory committees into specific topics and convening groups, supplementing the membership with co-opted members to really address those issues rapidly and have reports within a small number of months, so that we can work through this process in a timely way. So the science capabilities we'll use are internal expertise, scientific advisory committees and their subgroups, as I've said. Sometimes other government departments will be able to provide analysis and evidence that we can use where it relates to consumers' other interests that sit within their domain as well as ours. Ad hoc external advice from our register of experts that we are currently supplementing to add to the expertise already in our scientific advisory committees. Contracts and partnerships with external organisations, often those that are highly technical in nature or closely aligned to practices in the food industry. We may need to understand those practices in order to properly evidence risk management, or any combination of the above. So let's just recap then what the primary objectives of this phase are of risk assessment: to determine the nature of the risk, its magnitude, to establish health-based guidance values, and then alongside that risk assessment to prepare an analysis of all the other evidence on other legitimate factors to support risk management and risk communication. I mean, the paper to the board asks you to take a view on our proposals for change in the way we draw on the advice of our scientific advisory committees, and I thought it might be useful just to present that graphically here. So this is our current position, in that we have 4 scientific advisory committees: COT, toxicity, ACMSF on microbiological risks, ACNFP on novel foods, and ACAF on animal feed. And their current work on the left-hand side mainly focuses on risk assessment to inform risk-based standards and controls. So the maximum level of contaminant X in food Y, for example. Although ACAF's work also includes other elements, including advice more related to risk management than risk assessment. On the right-hand side, you'll see in dotted boxes risk assessment for approval and review of regulated products, new novel foods, new food or feed additives, and so on. That's generally currently undertaken at EU level by EFSA, except for a small number of national assessments. So that's one of the things that will need to change in preparation for EU exit. So if we look at what will need to change, it will bring increases in the volume and range of expert advice we need to form part of risk assessment, and therefore inform risk management at national level. For risk-based standards and controls, we need to boost capacity to deliver more work at national level, and that we have done through the process of recruiting new people internally, and we are doing through the advertisements we've now launched. And please look at our website or Twitter to get more information on call for new experts for these committees and their panels. And for regulatory products, we need to build capability for national risk assessments from currently a relatively low base. So where we plan to be for day one is in this position, where for risk-based standards and controls, we continue to draw for chemical and microbiological risks on the work of COT and ACMSF, involving the other 2 committees as needed, recognising that we need to in some way spin off the work that ACAF currently does on risk management and have that advising the policy teams directly. And for regulated products, we'll be establishing joint groups of COT, ACMSF and ACAF to look at the main products, the main categories of regulated products: food contact materials, food and feed additives, and feed itself. And ACNFP, our Committee on Novel Foods, will continue to look at novel foods. So for day one, we have this structure which will deliver the responsibilities we will have back in domestic legislation for risk assessment for both risk-based controls and regulated products. And as I said, the paper asks you to take a view on whether that appears reasonable, appropriate, and in scale to the challenges we think we might face. So back to the diagram, and to finish off the risk assessment part. Throughout this, we'll be using the principles established by Science Council Working Group 2 that you heard for in the previous paper. I know we have received questions on how we're going to operationalise those. So sitting underneath this flowchart and currently in preparation is effectively a set of risk analysis guidance notes, modular for use by everyone in the organisation, that will set out what actually is done to discharge each of these steps by people within the organisation, how they commission external scientific advice when they need it, for example, and that's where we'll be operationalising those 15 key principles that Working Group 2 recommended. And our intentions are that that should be a published document to aid transparency of our working practices. So once we've completed the risk assessment, the analysis of other evidence, that dossier is quality assured by the Chief Scientific Advisor before being passed back to the risk managers. And as the board paper proposes, the points about assurance we intend to explore in more detail with you in a paper for your March meeting that you can then agree before we start operating the new system live and for real. And our intention is that unless there are particular exclusions that apply, we would publish the evidence, the risk assessment and the associated evidence at this stage. We need to recognise that this goes further than the current code of practice on openness, which simply says that where we provide advice to ministers or other government departments, we'll publish that advice along with the evidence and analysis that supports it. But best practice, we would strongly suggest that once we have a dossier of advice to support effective risk communication so that others can see the basis on which subsequent discussions are being held, we publish the evidence at this stage. Michael.
Thanks. So that package of science and evidence is passed across back to risk managers. And then clearly the board will have much more engagement in the specifics at this stage for prominent food and feed safety issues, on which we'll be providing the formal advice to ministers. So in the last couple of years, the board has established a very effective mechanism in relation to the higher profile issues which would follow in these cases. So, for example, at stage 8, you'd have sight and be able to discuss issues relating to a particular topic. And then there'll be a subsequent board discussion at currently at stage 11, where you'll be able to consider officials' recommendations and to reach a risk management conclusion. So I think it's also important to stress at this stage that even across so steps 8 to 11, we would expect the Chief Scientific Advisor to still have an oversight role to ensure that risk managers are paying proper regard to the evidence. So just looking at going back to step 8, as I said, there may be issues that when risk managers are looking at the science, there may be other questions that we need to put back to risk assessors, and then we will have to have a look at that in terms of how that fits with all the other legitimate factors as we start to form risk management proposals. The difference now from what we currently do, and this is step 9, and again, after the presentation, the board's asked to agree proposals for establishing this committee, which is called an Advisory Forum for Food and Feed, otherwise referred to in the September board paper as a regulatory forum. What we plan to do through this forum is to provide a cohesive UK approach to risk management. So the proposal is that that committee will comprise of FSA officials and subject to further discussion with Food Standards Scotland, so that we can assist both those organisations in delivering their core objectives to protecting public health and consumers' interests in relation to food, and agree where possible a unified UK approach that each of those organisations can then put to respective ministers. for a decision. So the AFFF, as we're calling it, will consider all food and feed safety issues where risk management decision is required from the FSA. It won't consider risk management arising from incidents, from routine food incidents. And as I say, we're in discussion with Food Standards Scotland, but it'll be for them to decide with their board and Scottish ministers the direction and approach for Scotland. I should stress it's not a decision-making body. This really is a body of senior executives coming together to look at the science, the evidence, the initial proposals from risk managers, and taking a view on how those might be progressed. Then we move on to step 10, where the risk managers basically take all the information, including the views and potential for a UK approach, four-country approach, and we develop I can't read that now. It's colours. Yes. No. Well. Yeah. So we've developed the risk management options. So those will be sort of risk-based standards and controls on, as I said, chemical, microbiological, radiological, and allergen risks, and also pre-market approvals, which is currently done within the European Commission and around the Council with other member states. But it may be that we will also have to take a view on, as Steve said, where do we allow a particular chemical at a certain level in a certain foodstuff. On the kind of complex issues, then clearly we will come back to the board, and again, we'll go through the normal routine process of board business. As I said, already mentioned, you'll have sight at step 8, and that will come through the process to step 11, with the board being able to then challenge that data, get assurance from the chief scientific advisor that the evidence has been used properly, and then also consider recommendations from the executive. As I've mentioned already, the board's involvement in that will be on the more complex, as we do now, contentious issues of political policy strategy, but on the more sort of technical issues as to, as I said, maybe a food additive or a feed additive being added to at a particular level, then the board would still have sight of that, and we would list those issues that have been put to ministers asking for decision on regulated products. And we would also at that time let you know what matters were under consideration by the AFFF, recommendations that we put to the ministers, and what the ministers' decisions had been. So I think that's it, yeah.
So finally, and briefly, I'm sure you'll be pleased to know, risk communication, which is integrated throughout the risk analysis process, because it's there to provide an opportunity for exchange of views and opinion. It's there to build the trustworthiness and transparency of the process. We will operationalise the recommendations from Science Council Working Group 2 on risk communication. We're also pleased that the Advisory Council on Social Science is doing further work on risk communication, which will expand on those principles further, and again that will be a source of input to how we then operate this system. So, Chair, that's the end of the walk through the flowchart. It's taken almost as long as some of our risk analysis decisions, but back to you.
Well, it's useful, it has, because this is fundamentally important to the way we operate in future and to our resistance to challenge that we have not got a proper process that has the right steps and checks in it and has the right oversight and scrutiny. And if we get that wrong, then we're in some difficulty. I think there's so much in here. I think we'll try and take this in chunks. And I thought the first chunk we might just cover off is the role of the scientific advisory committees, so that middle piece that Steve referred to in terms of the board's understanding and agreement of the way in which those are going to be used in future. Clearly there's a great deal being done to build capacity and
and the skill base, the broaden the skill base of those committees, and that's underway. But I just wanted to take a view on that first. And Guy, I think we might start with you on all of these. You can just put a tick in the box if you want.
As you know, I think the scientific advisory committees are an incredibly useful and important part of undertaking the kind of the organisation's work. One of the things which I think is critical moving forward, it's a bit like it's been highlighted here, in which they too play a critical role in terms of assuring the quality of some of the risk assessments that are being made, but at the same time, most of them have, as you heard at last night's dinner, other full-time jobs. So I think we've got to develop a system by which actually we utilise what time they have most efficiently and effectively with the very challenging risk assessments, or some of the ones which maybe require sort of methodological development, and don't get in a situation in which it kind of everything we do is kind of passing through them, because I think that will dilute the quality of the information and reports that we get back from them. One of the other things I will flag whilst I've got the chance is I believe that in terms of the risk communication side of things, and we'll hear later about trusted groups, is that actually the chairs of those scientific advisory committees could be very useful in terms of the risk communication on our behalf. When you hear about the trusted professions, at the very top is nursing and teaching, but then just underneath that is professors and doctors and people like that, and civil servants are halfway down, and I won't talk about who's at the bottom, but we should therefore recognise that those advisory committees could be vital for the risk communication too. So we should use them more there, I feel.
Thank you very much. Anything else on the scientific advisory? Rosie and then Mary.
Yes, just briefly. I just had a question around the on the flowchart about the area where it says the quality assurance by either the CSA and or the scientific advisory committees, and just to be clear on how that decision was being made about the and or. And I had a second question, which is, it's mentioned in the paper about the joint groups that are going to be taking members from, for example, the ACMSF and ACAF. My understanding was that the members of the ACMSF and ACAF, for example, have expert members covering off particular areas, and I just wanted to understand how the joint group composition would really meet our objectives, and if anything could be just described on that.
See?
Okay. Joint group composition, we're expanding the membership and the skills base of each of the expert advisory committees, but our sense is to integrate the risk assessment around some of the classes of regulated products that might span those controls. Food contact materials, for example, their efficacy in terms of maintaining the microbiological integrity of the food and the toxicological aspects of the transfer of elements of that food packaging into the food, we need to consider together. We need to come up with an integrated risk assessment that balances benefits and risks, and that's why our sense is that the most appropriate way to do that with the people we have in the timescale we have available is to create joint groups, so you have the relevant experts from each of those parent committees in that joint group. In governance terms, that joint group could report back to the parent committees, and that provides the level of assurance we need. But we need the experts to be the integrators rather than us officials being the integrators in those circumstances. And my apologies, I've forgotten your first question. I wasn't writing it down.
Where the line was drawn between the CSA and SACs making a decision, and I don't know whether that is it to do with time impact or how critical area is. I just wondered if you had any point on that. It's the number 6 on the flow chart.
I think that's one for Guy.
Thanks, Steve. My view on that is it relates a little bit to what Michael was saying, in which I think if the issue is largely a very technical one, which is very driven by the risk assessment, it may be to do with the milligrams of a heavy metal in a product, then one would imagine a situation in which the Scientific Advisory Committee is best placed to sign that particular type of issue off. If, however, the issue, and as it says here in stage 5, production of risk assessment and analysis of evidence, if that starts relating to evidence from these other consumer interests, which may be way beyond what the Scientific Advisory Committee on Toxicology or whatever is considering, one would potentially imagine a situation then in which we may ask them to assure on the quality of the risk assessment to do with toxicology, but it may well be myself or working with other advisory committees, some of the other evidence to ensure that that is, the best evidence that you have. I think one of the things with all these issues is a bit like was mentioned before, is the whether it be the scientific advisory committees or indeed myself, is the sort of bandwidth we have to deal with the volume, that we might be talking about.
Thank you. Really useful, sort of clear picture of the direction of travel. You mentioned, Steve, that you weren't sure, or you completely understand that you may not be able to bring civil society and consumer choice into this for day one of EU exit. But I'm really keen to understand where that will come in, given that potentially we will lose access to that whole European body of scientific support for traditional foods, artisan foods, risky foods. And I have to acknowledge that I'm an artisan producer of cheese, although pasteurised, but that making sure that we don't lose sight of the importance of that civil society, that we don't end up in the sort of technocratic new brutalist world that potentially the FDA sits in, and which has bumped into problems over and over by not taking account of civil society and decision making.
Mary, I think that might be moving us on to discussing how the whole flowchart works, because I suspect the answer to that is in the second half of the flowchart, not at the front end of it. On the point about how the question's framed and the engagement of broader interests there, I think to recognise Steve's point, we couldn't possibly think of how we might take that on now. That's quite a big decision for the FSA to take if we wish to engage civil society in framing the question that we might want to ask about the safety of some of the high-profile potential import food products that we might be looking at in future. So I think that we need to come back to that once we have this system up and running and decide how and whether we want to broaden that starting point on risk identification and framing the question, because then I think when we get into the flowchart, all those other issues, so because what Steve was talking about is whether you use that at the start. But this chart, and where I think we might move to focus now, is how all those other issues, we talked about how you get the risk assessment, what are those other issues, how are they identified and evidenced and weighed, and picking up Ruth's point earlier about proportionate, what is the judgment that's made there, and what's the level of confidence, scrutiny and transparency that this board wishes to see on that, which was something that we picked up in the September board meeting. So I don't think it's that those things in this system cannot be accommodated. I think they can, but I think the point about whether we accommodate them right at the front, that's a very big step that we might need to come back to subsequently. Ruth.
Thank you very much. I absolutely understand the point you're making about the sort of what we might open up in process terms and the pressure to actually have a new system functional fairly soon. I would like us to be very mindful of how we frame the questions. In the healthcare world, there's a huge move towards starting with the question, which is what matters to you. And just even pausing at step 3, I think it might be, 2 or 3, to just make sure as we go into this process that we've explored that as best we can at this stage, but recognise, you know, in future we might want to develop that and become more sophisticated in how we engage consumers. But I think to not have some point of the process where we've consciously thought about are we asking the right question? Is it framed in the way that we could then communicate effectively because we've actually understood what the issues are? So I think there's small things we could do now, but I really would welcome over time the idea that we'd move towards an engaged process. It does say we will have an interactive exchange throughout the whole pathway. So I think when we get to the risk communication part of this, you know, it gives us a chance to come back to it. So I absolutely agree with that. But even at this stage, we could consciously think, have we got an understanding of what matters to people?
And that will really help us understand how to address it in future. I think, I mean, there are so many new things that we're going to face. For example, the pressure we will get from NGOs and lobbyists, which I know is something that Laura has repeatedly mentioned. We need to be really sure we're going to know how we're going to deal with that before we take those steps to open ourselves up even further to it and find ourselves a little bit on the back foot from it. So shall we move on to the process, the risk analysis process that's laid out here? Who would like to begin? Laura.
Just sort of picking up from that and also learning a lot from Ruth's experience of NICE. I think there are 2 things here. First of all, there's the principles of what this organisation is, which is transparent and open. But secondly, picking up on Heather's point, we're going to be under a totally different level of scrutiny, contestability, in court, JRs, all sorts of different layers of pressure. And I would say that in this process, which from a process point of view, seems extremely sensible, is that we should make sure that every element of this that possibly can be is transparent, open, and available. Because I think that sunlight is going to allow for much greater defence and in many ways less contestability than small meetings in rooms of experts. And to be frank, despite the fact that scientists are much, much more respected than any former profession I had, experts aren't as respected as they used to be either. So we've got to be very, very careful about this. So I would say that one should really be looking at evidencing where it truly has to be a private environment rather than being explicit about the transparencies, because that should be the default. And the other point on this is I would suggest that maybe the executive wants to talk to a QC who truly understands JRs. And they will have absolutely analysed where process becomes the question rather than substance, because I'm sure that we'll draw on the best advice, best science, etc. But it will be those sorts of issues that will find us tangled up in all sorts of irritations.
Rod, do you want to come in just on that last point?
Well, as someone who used to make a fairly decent living out of JRs, and therefore, yeah, whichever way around it is, yeah. I think, I mean, Laura's absolutely right, and we do have a few people to whom we regularly speak as sounding boards to try to navigate our path through things to minimise the risk. We're entering an environment where the likelihood of JR must intensify. We cannot do other than arrange our processes, our approach, our methodologies to make it ever more unlikely that those challenges actually will get leave to proceed. And all of this is absolutely the right thing, because it sets a framework much more explicitly, which then makes it much more difficult for a subsequent challenger to say, you're not following the right process. As you all know, judicial review is not about being wrong, it's about having achieved the answer by the wrong route. And if we can show that we're following a rational, clear and explicit set of processes, it's the best defence we'll have.
Very quick point on it, and that is that this process is the process that we will take. It's also important to put in a process about how people engage with us, i.e. the process of deliberation, consultation, input, and in some ways that needs to be quite controlled, very transparent, and ensure that it's not seen as being some form of, that we have any form of influence by lobbyists or NGOs or whatever.
Michael.
Yeah, just on that point, I mean, a lot of the, I mean, as I said at the beginning, this is not a linear flow, and a lot of the stuff we do at the moment on as policy developers is actually engaging with let's just take allergy as the example, whereby we haven't actually got a new policy yet, we haven't actually gone up to consultation, but we're engaging heavily with the patient or groups to get their views. So, I mean, there is, this doesn't preclude that kind of informal consultation, seeking views of other people, and yeah, you're right, that has to be transparent, because if we do start getting lobbyists, then that will clearly be an issue. But nevertheless, as we develop any policy in the FSA over the last nearly 2 decades, we have engaged with consumer organisations, we've engaged with industry, and we've been quite clear in terms of whose view has what those views are in terms of consultation. When we do a formal consultation, we already publish the consultation responses and our response to those responses. So again, it's quite clear who's asked what and whose views on what the issue are. So I think we're not planning to ditch that in favour of just a kind of linear process, but that will continue, and that will clearly include at step 3 and throughout other government departments as well. So we will be engaging constantly as we start forming a view on what a risk management recommendation should be.
But I think the point made by Laura is well made, and something we will need to bear in mind as we operationalise this framework and its principles, and understand that there is a tension between a default of openness and operating in the open, and the need to have transparent and yet controlled processes for consultation and deliberation. We need to understand where the tensions arise and establish a way of resolving them.
Well, the great thing is we're all alert to that. We have a clear process we're laying out, and I think as in some of the areas that you are drilling into, it enables us to put in place those additional explanations and controls. So there's a layer of transparency across the whole. Yeah. The outputs at various stages deliver their own transparency and openness, and there's a way of scrutinising whether there's points at which there is scope for engagement, whether that's informal because of policy formulation or it's the formal components. Then it's clear that that's where it happens and that's how it happens, and the attempts to interject at other stages can be diverted into the right part of the process as well. But I do think that also picks up something that we talked about at the September board meeting in the second half of this flow. So Michael's really helpfully confirmed that we're going to have a series of decisions. We're going to have some really technical risk analysis that in our ideal world, the decisions would rest with the FSA and they would be taken at an executive level, and it's for Jason to determine the delegation level at which that would happen. And in the world we're going to be in the short term until we get that power, then it's for Jason to determine the delegation level at which that technical advice is signed off to be put to a minister for formal approval. And I think that's a step that has to happen. There are then a set of other issues which will come to the board in the 2-stage process that we've really usefully developed over the last couple of years, and we'll have enough line of sight of what's going on to know that that issue is emerging, either for a board member to raise a question about it and discuss whether it should be at a board table, or between Jason and myself and the senior exec team to spot that something's coming, and we give the board that really essential first open discussion. What's the shape of this? What would we want to know?
how are we going to find ourselves in a good position to reach a decision point on it, and then a formal point at which the board does come to its conclusions and issues its recommendations to ministers, because those, even under our preferred model, are likely still to be issues for the most part at which a ministerial decision is required. So we can see how that's going to flow, and that's really useful. I think that we perhaps would, and in line with the discussion we had in September, in March, I think your proposal is to come back to the board with what that framework is for those other legitimate factors for how. We talked about the board's role, because it can't be involved in that technical stuff, being to look at, advise on the balance between consumer protection and wider consumer interests and other non-consumer interests. To pick up the point about the different situations and circumstances in the 3 countries we operate in. And it is that critical ability of the board to say, yes, we are confident that that is the right framework against which judgments can and should be made, that that's the right framework against which evidence should be gathered, and then we can assure that that has happened subsequently. Because we're not going to be able to go and revisit decisions. It would be wrong. We haven't got the technical competence to do that. So, and I think from what I've picked up of board discussions over, as this has been developing, that is where the board wants to be. We want to know what that framework for consumer and other interests is going to be. And I know that there's a lot of work going into that. So we'll get that in March. That will be very good. Dave.
Just one point on the forum. One of our key guides that we're trying to maintain within leaving the European Union is trying to keep the 4 countries of the UK together as far as possible with their regulation. I kind of appreciate that ministers can take varying views based on the same advice, but is there the opportunity to have a protocol within the forum to ensure that decisions must be unanimous? Because if we start having highly technical decisions going in different directions, that's probably harder for consumers to understand, rather than things like water drinking milk's available here, but it's not here.
The forum's not making decisions.
Well, okay, the advice coming out of the forum then to be unanimous, because the advice could go in different. Some of the advice may go to UK parties, some of the advice may go to devolved parties and be used in different ways.
I'm going to let Michael and Colm come in on that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a good question. I mean, the whole point of the advisory forum is to try and get a 4-country view on risk management recommendations to put to respective ministers. I think the intention is to do that as far as possible, but recognising that food and feed is a devolved issue, and there may be circumstances whereby a country would wish to take another view. And we would that would have to be explained by that particular country. Yeah, the intention is, and that's not really different from what it is now at the moment. But what we're trying to do is if you like, preserve the integrity of food we can trust across the UK with a 4-country model, so that we actually sit down with across the FSA offices and with Food Standards Scotland, should they agree this is the right mechanism. So I've got to always caveat that, and sort of say, well, actually, this is the best way to have a unified UK approach for the risk management recommendations we're going to put up. But I mean, I think we can't. You cannot force a consensus, not in this area of devolved responsibilities.
Jason's just going to come in before Colm.
Yeah, just to build on that point of Michael, absolutely, you know, that's the nature of devolution, I'm afraid. You can't insist on a UK-wide solution. But one of the things I would say is that our experience today is that the devolved administrations, you know, understand the other constraints and generally behave responsibly in that area, and are looking towards themselves a UK-wide solution. Folic acid is a really good example where there was a difference of view across the 4 countries in that instance, but Scotland realising, having discussed and reviewed and considered with and engaged with industry about how implementable that position was, then seek to persuade England to take the same view before implementing. So they might take a different view, but they might not necessarily implement it because they understand the complexities of implementation.
Well, I had a couple, just on Dave's point on that. I think if we aim for, as I assume we do with all our advisory forums and committees, to get a consensus view, it's not necessarily a unanimous view, but it will come forward as a consensus view. As was the point in question I wanted to ask was slightly different to that, and I think it does speak a little bit to the risk communication, which we'll come to, but there's a couple of touch points in there on publication, which are by definition communication issues, and while it's not a linear flow chart, I just wanted to be assured that those other government departments that we do need to engage with, that we will be engaging with them before we publish anything, because you don't want to publish something that you're not completely on the same page with your partners. The other question was specifically on the forum, and just looking at the proposed membership. It's very government, and is there an opportunity, maybe not on day one, but an opportunity to involve other stakeholders within that forum to get that broader picture? And I'm thinking in terms of industry and consumer organisations. So is that something we're thinking about, rather than just keeping it purely at government?
Michael.
Stuart, do. And it was along the same lines, but to maybe consider including experienced industry specialists, particularly on the feed side, because they'll know what's going on in Europe, they'll know what's going on in the ground in China and the Far East and so on. I think it might add some intelligence to the forum, but if it's in too difficult a place, can we find some other way of getting that experience into the mix?
Michael and Rod, I think we need to be very careful about our ambitions about going in this direction. It was just be my warning shot on this. Michael, Rod.
No, is the answer basically. It's not the intention to include anyone other than officials. Current practice is that officials take all the evidence, all the science, and that's the process that we're setting, the more robust process we're setting up now. During the development of those options, clearly we engage with consumer organisations, industry specialists, technical people, export people as necessary. All of their views will then feed into a policy option or risk manager's option. The advisory forum is in effect for for officials to reach a UK view on a policy recommendation to go to ministers. That is not a function that we currently open up to external government, and it's not a function that we would intend to do at all, I would have thought. But that doesn't preclude the points well made that we would have early consultation and early input by those specialists and other people with an interest in that particular policy area. Thank you.
I just wanted to add to the comments in relation to Dave's question about achieving a common UK-wide approach to any particular question. We're making very good progress with devolved colleagues in designing, in order to implement, a UK framework for food and feed safety, and that is intended to be, if you like, a network of memoranda of understanding which are all aimed at achieving that outcome, and the forum is, as Michael has said, a key part of that framework. It's all intended to be consensual, and it doesn't alter that consensual set of arrangements doesn't alter the fundamental devolved nature of this subject area. But the fact that we're making that level of good progress illustrates the goodwill of all concerned to achieve that outcome, I think.
And just picking up on the point that Stuart was making, and I appreciate Michael will reply completely and think that that's right, but then is there a point in the process, so for example at point 7 where the risk assessment is published and presumably the evidence behind that is clarified, is there a point then for challenge where you may get somebody from industry or a different science base or whatever saying, you have missed a key piece of evidence here, and we think this needs to be reconsidered.
Steve, Michael.
Yes, that's right, and it's already our standing practice in more complex issues for scientific advisory committees to publish in draft their conclusions to allow for that peer review and challenge. That wouldn't change.
I think Paul was asking something slightly different. He was asking, once we were into the risk management formulation, whether there was that opportunity.
Yeah, I think that happens at the moment. I mean, the moment we have a discussion in the board around about some of the more complex things, we get challenged. And I think that's, we're always open to that challenge. If we miss something, then absolutely we will go back and wrap it into some of the recommendations and considerations. It depends on the challenge. But I mean, if we've missed something fundamental, then yeah, I mean, we'd have to go back a few, I'd say it's not linear, but we'd have to go back a little step and sort of say, this is how we'd take account of it. One, we'd hope that we'd be sufficiently robust at even some of the kind of the early stages through formal and informal engagement, that we would have identified the evidence that we needed, and then we'd have gone out to seek that, whether internal or external or through SACs. Thank you.
And I just to kind of follow up the point on that, I think it's less that you might not have seen some information by the time you get through the process. It's the fact that there is the opportunity to challenge, gives industry the comfort that there is a process that they can address.
We've got Rod, and then Mary, and then Guy.
Very quickly, because I appreciate that successful challenges of the sort that Paul and Michael were talking about raise risks not just in relation to legal risk, it's reputational issues and other issues, but just on the question of legal risk, it goes straight back to Laura's earlier question about judicial review. Missing something would not in itself fundamentally invalidate a decision that we arrive at, because the question that a court would tend to ask would be, did this organisation do all things it could reasonably have done to be alerted to things that it could expect to find out about? And there's always the possibility, as Michael has said, that you won't catch everything. That's just how it is.
I guess it's just the concern that if you don't build in that challenge at an early enough stage, whatever project it is could gain such momentum that we would have a group think and say and all be heading so far down the track that as it were, it becomes unchallengeable until it becomes a very big issue.
Yeah, I think because we'll have put the pathway in, that those steps will be obliged to be taken, and they'll be obliged to be a level of visibility and transparency about those steps as well. So, but at the same time, I think what officials are trying to do is have some discipline over the points that, if we're not careful, this will just look like a kind of boiling cauldron all the time.
It just needs to be mapped again.
And so I think that's what we're trying to do. We're inevitably going to come back and refine this as it works in practice. Guy?
I mean, people have raised a lot of points and talked about the flow and where kind of key interventions can occur. I mean, the one thing I wanted to kind of highlight, which I have highlighted to Steve and Michael before, is the fact that actually at stage 9 in the forum, I do think that it, whilst I accept the comments about kind of officials and who is going to be represented, I do feel for the reputation of the organisation and the efficiency of the process that somebody like myself or the CSA should be present in some of the more complicated decisions that are being made to make sure that the weighting to the different types of evidence streams is appropriate. Now, whilst this system allows the board to be reassured that the information going into that meeting and coming out of that meeting is assured in that way, there's a danger that it may cause lots of things to go back to the forum because perhaps the weight hasn't been, assessed appropriately, etc. Whereas if in that forum at the moment the discussion is happening, these other consumer interests and various other issues are kind of considered in to kind of hear what's going on, to be able to say, fair, it is accepted that this, whilst not perhaps seen as significant evidence in all of these other issues we're trying to consider here, we're having to balance this. It would just, I believe, make the system a little bit more efficient. Because I worry about the aspect of if that is somewhat closed to that sort of level of input, whilst it can always be caught later, you might as well catch it at the time.
Absolutely. And I would have thought you would be there. Do we need to take a formal decision? Because it's part of the assurance that the board takes from you, isn't it? She said, thinking out loud. Steve?
I think it is, and I don't think anyone would ever close the door to the CSA joining the AFFF. I think our concern throughout has been to ensure that those undertaking an assurance role aren't contaminated by undue participation in the process that they're trying to assure. But I'm sure we can manage that. Guy being, or our CSA, whoever it is at the time, being in the AFFF and raising a flag, if there's a risk that evidence is being misrepresented or given a weight that is entirely disproportionate, is something we should welcome to build robustness into the process. But if our CSA were to attend the AFFF, everyone would need to be clear that that was part of the assurance mechanism and not part of the normal run of discussion.
Do you want to come back on that? Are you happy with that?
Yeah,
the rest of the board are being silent. It's Stuart, Colm.
I think there are different ways of handling it, though. I mean, one of the, applying the principles of HACCP, if you like, to this process, it's, at what point are we likely to not be able to control it beyond a given part of the process? So if we're worried about something getting all the way through without that opinion being taken into account, then we've got an issue. However, you can be part as either an observer or co-opted or a non-voting member of that particular committee, so that the view is taken into account, but it's not necessarily then taken part in the voting.
That seems sensible. The right of access to that committee is the right thing to do, Colm.
Yeah, my point's actually very similar. I think there is a real risk, and Steve has highlighted, of the CSA's assurance position being contaminated by being part of the process. So he's given assurance to a process that he's helped to deliver, and I think that weakens his assurance process. Access to it is very important, and there's ways, as Stuart has said, to manage that. But I would stop short from making him a member of the committee.
Anything else? Because we've kind of, I think, we've done the SACs, the risk assessment, the risk analysis process, the advisory forum. Anything else around the advisory forum? Its terms of reference. You'll note its membership is that we very much hope that other government departments will participate as observers, because that's a fantastic opportunity for us to make sure that when our recommendations or officials' advice go to ministers, they don't say, did you not think about X or Y? We need to know, we want to be cited on what X or Y might be, so we can do that in a proper, evidential, balanced way, in the way that we do everything else. Anything else about that advisory forum? No? Good. So then, any other matters in the paper that board members wish to pick up? Sorry, Ruth, sorry.
Just one question, I guess, and that's about timelines. I think it was referenced earlier about this could suddenly build up quite a lot of work, and there'd be a lot of pressure. Obviously, the way to manage that is to take time over doing the whole process. So have we any sense of setting out a sort of ideal time frame for running through these processes? Each one will be different. I think the comment we've had is, to be dependent on the scale of the issue, the evidence or absence of evidence. I think at some point we'd want to reflect back then, if we haven't set ourselves a time frame for the different stages, at least have some reflection process so that we can understand the bottlenecks, the ways in which it could be improved and so on. So I just think time frames need consideration.
Yeah. On the Forward Board agenda, we now have I think every 6 months, a review of how this process is working and a more formal update about it, in the chance to adjust it as the board wishes every 12 months. I think I'm right in saying it has to work from day one. This is part of our new regime. So it has, all of it has to work from day one.
I think in that context, if I could come back, it would be helpful then to have some sort of starting point in terms of the sort of optimal timeframes that we might try to work towards. So there's clarity about the pace at which people are going to need to work. If it, you know, even if they have to be different for each project, I think it's important that we do have some sort of sense of the overall process.
Steve?
I struggle with that because of the inherent variability of the issues we may deal with. But I think we need clear mutual expectations. And so rather than saying, ideally it should take 8 weeks, I reflect on the safeguards, well, the points there are in the process for negotiating timeframes, the bid at the beginning of risk assessment, where the risk assessors and risk managers agree the time frame to which the evidence package will be delivered in each case. And then it will probably be in stage 8 of the diagram, that first discussion of the board, with the board taking a view advised by the executive as appropriate of when the board may then expect to have its final decision if it was a complex issue, or to see the advice from the executive go to ministers. I think the way of managing it is by being quite clear and explicit about each of those 2 decision points on timescale through the process, rather than trying to impose a timescale that we struggle to make work consistently.
Colin?
Very quickly, Chair, it's just on the terms of reference for the AFFF. I understand fully Michael's explanation as to why we don't involve other than officials within the organisation, but I'm reassured by the fact that we do engage with industry and consumers, and could we maybe explicitly stipulate that within the terms of reference that pre-engagement takes place?
But Colm, it's not for this forum to do that pre-engagement. If we're not careful, we've made this forum into the mini FSA decision-making body, which we absolutely don't want it to be. So I think what goes into it has to have that engagement, and what comes out of it has to have that engagement. But I don't think this board is, in a sense, delegating to this committee that responsibility or duty. We're delegating. That's part of what we expect of our officials, and we expect to see it back here. But we're not handing that to that forum.
I'm not suggesting we should hand that to that.
Great. Anything else? I think just on this issue of timelines, I just think, and I'm sort of picking up a point that Laura would make, I think there'll just be a dose of reality when some of the issues we have to deal with come up against ministerial and industry expectations about how quickly they need to be dealt with. Next week. Do you know? Yes. Yeah. So we may find ourselves more quickly put on the spot about, even if there are blocks of time that certain types of issue take to resolve. And the more we're on the front foot on that, and say that will be it, the better.
It's just about preempting that and giving us the space to ensure that this is the procedure, Minister, this is the procedure, X, Y, and Z, and that just gives us a little bit more controlling our pathway rather than it being imposed upon us.
Steve's going to come back on that.
Just to provide as much reassurance as I can to the board, one of the areas that are likely to be most in that spotlight are regulated products of various types, and for regulated products, the timescales for each of the stages are set in legislation.
Very useful. Thank you. Well, that's been a very detailed discussion. I'm not going to try and sum it up. I guess far too complicated. I think we've logged all the main points and some things that we will come back to in review and as further areas that we might explore in terms of areas of engagement and involvement through the whole risk analysis process looking forward. And there will be more on this. You'll be so glad to hear in March. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to progress and future direction of social science, and Michelle is joining us to just introduce the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, possibly now. I was last here a year ago to give an update to the board about our plans for social science, and we set out how we were going to implement a change programme based on a review that had happened in 2017. We have since implemented quite a substantial amount of change in the social science function in the organisation. I'll just remind you that the intentions of this was to build the impact, the capacity and the capability that we have in the social sciences in the FSA. And this paper sets out our progress towards that goal. I'll just pull out a few highlights. We have combined the skill sets from the communications, consumer insight and the traditional social science teams into one team within the analytics unit in Science, Evidence and Research Division. Some of our current projects can be seen in the annex to this paper, and some of you who are at the recent ESRC festival will have had the opportunity to see a little bit more about those, and it was great to see so many board members there. We are focusing at the moment a great deal of our effort on behavioural science, which was recently highlighted by PHE's new strategy as the future of public health, and of course on risk communication, which is an area of personal interest, and I note the board's interest in that today. And I just want to highlight that the integration of social science and economic evidence into our risk analysis framework, formally, I think for the first time, is a real indication of the impact that social science can and should have. And I really welcome the fact that that's now set out and structurally sound in our processes. I wanted to highlight the work of the new advisory committee for social science. From a standing start in May, they have worked with us on 3 different areas through 3 working groups. One on behavioural science, one on risk communications, and one on the review of our flagship social research surveys, including starting with Food and You. As we move forward, I want to continue to build on these things. I want to get the board's agreement that we're moving in the right direction, that we've come a long way, but this isn't all we want to do. I want to make sure that the social science function has a real strategic impact, and would really invite your questions and challenge and your views on where we might have had that and where that might be, and particularly around the review of Food and You, and Professor Gaskell, who is the chair of that working group, is observing the discussion, George, and where the ACSS can provide the assurance around the fact that the social science evidence is being properly and consistently applied. One of the things that was discussed yesterday is how social science expertise can help with that problem formulation, help ensure that that we are balancing perhaps the different views of different stakeholders, and help us to frame a process by which that can be made explicit. So I'll pause there and just hand over to the board to ask me anything.
Thank you very much, Michelle. It's very good to have the update from Susan and Julie last night over dinner as well. Really useful. Board members.
wildly happy. Rosie.
It's about Food and You, and I just wondered if there's anything you might say to us about whether it currently is operating on a 2-year cycle, and whether this is going to be able to pick up the very fast-moving changes in some of the areas that it's looking to cover.
I think we need to be really clear about what different products are intending to do for us. So while we're looking at Food and You in the first instance, one of the things that the working group has been keen to do, and rightly so, is to look at our research ecosystem across the piece. So something that tracks something every 2 years is not going to be able to pick up fast-moving changes, or indeed track things that we can attribute to any one event or intervention of ours. But that might not be what Food and You was ever set up to do. There are some things, for example, consumers' practices, that don't change that radically over that basis. And it might be that where we have a need to look at those things in depth, because this isn't time series analysis, it's a snapshot of what's happening every 2 years, that's appropriate for some things, but then other ways of understanding and listening and tracking and monitoring might be the more appropriate thing. And of course we do have a 6-monthly biannual tracker, which is an official statistic and very robust in its own self. And also we're looking at ways that other methodologies can allow us to have almost a real-time view of what's happening out there. So frequency is one of the things I explicitly asked the review to consider. And the answer that's coming back in the initial findings are, actually there's nothing wrong with the frequency as long as we're very clear about what the objective of doing something at that frequency might be.
Mary.
It's really following on from that. Are you also looking at sort of meta-analysis of other sources of data to enrich what Food and You can do and to provide, more frequent observations?
Oh, absolutely. And Food and You is one of many tools that we use to see what's going on out there. We frequently commission literature reviews, in-depth work, deliberative work, quantitative surveys, tracking analysis through channels, panel work. There are so many methodologies out there to find out what's going on, and we wouldn't want to rely on just one. The idea is to take a view through various lenses and various frequencies and various ways until you can triangulate the best picture you can. Never going to be perfect, of course.
Colin.
Really just a comment, Michelle. Thank you very much. I was lucky enough to get along to your symposium in Belfast, and I think you'll have gathered from the teleconference last week with the Northern Ireland Food Advisory Committee that there's tremendous enthusiasm for the use of behavioural science, and I think I'll talk a little bit later on during the NIFAC review about the effective use of behavioural science and some work that was done around allergens, that actually got tremendous results. So, I look forward to seeing the continued work on that, because as you gathered from the previous board discussion, there's a huge amount to be done on risk communication, and behavioural science will play a big role in that. So well done.
So we're big. Oh, Stuart and Ruth. No? Yeah. Ruth.
Well, just briefly, really welcome the focus and the strengthening of social science. And I think we were particularly pleased that you had conferences in Wales and Northern Ireland this time. That was really very much appreciated, and lots of positive feedback about it. We did talk about, when we're framing the issues, that there's a whole world of Welsh language, social media, and just to note from the letter that that is an area that, under the Welsh language requirements, we do need to give it some consideration. And Michelle kindly said that they would look into that, because there's a whole new community that we're not currently engaged with. My question, I suppose, is, looking forward, what do we need to explore to make sure we're really embedding social science thinking into the next strategic approach that we have to take? Have we got the right pillars in place? Are these the key issues, or are there opportunities for us to think more broadly about how social science can inform the methods and interventions that the FSA might want to consider for the future? Sort of more strategic look.
I think there's two ways of looking at that. Just sort of off the top of my head, but it's a very good question. It's one that I've been thinking about. I think that when you're forming a strategy, you can't possibly do it without an understanding of the world you're operating in, and social science is one way of making sense of that world. So any input, insight, information, questions that can be put to us to possibly answer, to inform the board and the exec when looking forward and making decisions on direction, we are set up and eager to provide what we can. In terms of the methods, behavioural science, behavioural change techniques, what people do with stuff is often one of the factors that determines how good or bad it is for the consumer, and that can happen all the way up and down the line when it comes to food. So one of the things we're looking at is how we can apply the latest in behavioural change techniques. And we've reviewed, or in the process of reviewing, over 2,000 frameworks to find out the ones that are best for us, to just help people think through policy and operational questions with that lens, in the hope that we can just marginally improve things.
Everyone wants to talk about this now. Julie, then Stuart, then Guy.
I was just going to help Michelle, speaking as a sort of maybe an internal user of social science. I think across the agency we're getting better at thinking about that dimension and asking those questions and seeing whether or not there are benefits in having that lens. So there's a lot more that we can do, but I think we are getting better at just asking that naturally early on through whatever the question is. And also I think it's quite interesting is actually applying it to ourselves, not only to this outside world that we talk about, but that includes all of us.
Yes, so I've just returned from a triennial meeting of animal health at the population level, and 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it would all have been about p-values and coefficients and no social science. This time it was probably 70% social science, because I think as a community, the animal health professionals have identified the fact that unless we change people's behaviour, then our science doesn't have impact anyway. So I really endorse this direction of travel, and as I think the former CVO of the United States said recently, you know, you can have all the science in the world, but if you don't have a story to tell, you're not going to change the behaviour of the minister, the advisor, the scientist, or the consumer. So.
Very well said. Guy?
Well, I'm trying to think of a story now then. One of the, I was at a thing recently, and it was to do with the discussion of what universities are for, and David Willits was speaking at it. And what struck me, and I just wondered whether it's something we should take further, is there was a lot of discussion about how dramatically different Generation Z are from the millennials. And on the basis that it said that Generation Z will soon have a higher amount of the population than baby boomers and millennials, and obviously they're going to largely kind of begin more and more kind of having influence as they become older. I wondered whether there was some mileage in us exploring how we might kind of work with the Generation Z to become sort of food champions and food ambassadors, you know, for us.
Yeah, I think they are different. There are different values and movements and trends coming through that I think we might have seen an inkling of a couple of years ago, but they're really coming through now. And I don't know if you saw that young woman this morning speaking, I can't remember the forum, but it was all over Twitter this morning, where she said change is coming whether you like it or not. And actually we should be, and we are, putting tools in place to hear what people are saying, to understand what the trends are, what the scale of those trends are, and using tools like social media listening to track those sorts of things in real time and see where there are things that propose a risk to health, a different mindset, a different lens for us to look at our own policies and interventions through, where we might find advocates and champions, as well as where we might find risks. Absolutely. I think this is something that possibly on horizon scanning we can help contribute to.
That's a great segue for us into the paper asking for the board's endorsement, obviously generally over all of the priorities, but the things that we've particularly
seen in the paper picked out as areas of focus for the board, and they've come up in the discussion all morning in a way. It is the kind of that consumer element of horizon scanning. We're having some great work led by the Science Council on some of the other food safety risks and risks in the global food system, but particularly on the consumer dimensions to that, which may well start to pick up some of those shifts and changes and opportunities for us. On behavioural economics, and then, as we have just been talking about in the previous paper, the principles through which we approach those wider consumer and non-consumer interests and dimensions in risk management. And I think everything we've been talking about this morning reinforces the significance of those three priorities from a board perspective, recognising the committee also provides lots of other support and service for you at the official level as well. So plenty of endorsement, and we're all very pleased to see this moving forward in this way. Thank you very much. We've now got a piece of business that was an outstanding action from a previous board discussion when we talked about the controls on raw drinking milk. The board wanted just the chance to consider and agree what triggers we might look for in future to know that we may need to revisit the control regime that we have agreed and put in place. And we've got Kevin Hagen and Nariman Luch joining us at the table, since they are the people who are spearheading this. And I think it's extremely useful to have such a clear document, and particularly the table setting out just how you think, having considered this. I know a lot of thought has gone into it, how we might approach it. So do you want to say anything by way of introduction, Kevin?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Yeah, I mean, you will recall that at the June board meeting, you agreed recommendations proposed as part of the raw drinking milk work programme to improve existing controls and adopt a proportionate escalation approach to introducing measures and controls. And you agreed a mechanism for data-enabled triggers that would prompt us to review the control strategy. That should be agreed and established and agreed by you. So with regard to the proposed triggers, I mean, the FSA data scientists have analysed the available data sets and concluded really that there's a lack of robust data to establish evidence-based triggers and thresholds. However, the available data can be used to monitor changes, and intuitive thresholds can be set. These intuitive thresholds are based on current data sets, and they will be improved and refined as we build up new data as that is gathered. And what we've developed using the data that we do have is a set of criteria with assigned thresholds, threshold values. And so initially we are proposing to monitor 4 data sets. First one is the number and seriousness of outbreaks associated with raw drinking milk. The second is the proportion of failed hygiene indicator samples. The third is estimated annual volume of raw drinking milk sales. And the fourth is the number of registered raw drinking milk producers. And we envisage that additional data sets will be added and for monitoring in the future, or the existing ones will be refined when further data are gathered and when the enhanced registration procedure is introduced next year. So the monitoring mechanism we're proposing will keep changes within each data set under regular review. Notable changes will require a response, such as an internal review and informing the board. However, the nature of the response may vary depending on the combination of the triggers breached. So in terms of timing, if agreed, the intention is for the initial data sets to be monitored from January of next year. So the board is asked now to consider and agree the recommendations on the triggers for review of raw drinking milk controls. Thank you.
Kevin, thank you very much indeed. Stuart.
The triggers themselves seem sensible to me and look workable. Just one question. In item 14, it says there's 50% of producers are members of the RMPA. Do you know what percentage of production they represent?
I don't have that figure off the top of my head.
Well, it's only if there's 50% of them, but you're only responsible for 5% of the production. We're not reaching the people that we need to reach.
Dave.
Thank you for this, Kevin. As Stuart said, the triggers seem acceptable to me personally. Just a couple of other points. One, we've had the discussion several times on RDM, and I do accept I'm probably a bit of a broken record on charging for this part of the process, and appreciate we can't do that immediately because of the restrictions in place, etc., etc. However, I do think it's very important and very fair and appropriate that those people are producing raw drinking milk know there is a risk of compliance costs coming at them in future, and I think it's really important that we communicate that to them now so they're going into this process with their eyes wide open. The second point is in terms of giving consumers appropriate protection. I stuck raw drinking milk into the FSA website, and you have to go halfway down page 2 before you find the consumer guidance. It's not pinned to the top of page 1, which is where I'd expect it to be. And within that guidance, it doesn't make it clear, which I think it could, that at this stage there is no scientific evidence backing up any of the nutritional health claims around it. So it gives people all the guidance about the potential risks, but there's no alternate voice that's actually quite a loud voice about these perceived risks which some people attribute to it. So I think we need to do a bit better work for our consumers to ensure that they can very easily understand the pros and cons and really, really find it very, very easily.
Thank you for raising that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, we have spoken with our IT people, and there is an acknowledged fault in the searching engine which they're looking at to try and ensure that raw drinking milk does actually appear at the top of the list when you do that search. So that it is a sort of IT technical fault on the site at the moment. In terms of health claims, yes, we will be trying to enhance that consumer advice and make sure that consumers are aware that there are no approved health claims associated with raw drinking milk.
I don't know whether Michael wanted to come in specifically, just backing that up.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's right. I mean, it's clearly a concern of the board around about the lack of evidence for some of the benefits being attributed to raw drinking milk. Health, as the paper says, there are no health claims approved for drinking milk. We have no evidence to suggest that there are any health benefits to raw drinking milk, but you know, it's a point well made by Dave. I think the Narrowman's featuring in a new FSA Explains video as well, which addresses some of these points. So we're trying, I mean, I think Rosie made the point some time ago, we're trying different ways to get the message across around about, yes, there's choice, but then it's about responsible choice, and this is a risky food. So we're trying different messaging as we go. So yeah, and clearly, as we develop that, we will still need to keep evolving how we get that message across. It shouldn't be a static message, because otherwise people they'll just turn a blind eye to it. So it will be a constant thing that we need to look at. Thank you.
I've got Paul, Ruth and Colm.
Thank you. I think, as others have said, the thresholds that have been set seem sensible, but that's kind of taking that on a level of trust. As you said, they're intuitive, which I'm kind of taking to mean we haven't got the data, we haven't got the science to do anything else. And I welcome what Kevin said, that as we go forwards and we gather more data, we may have to refine these. So I think it's quite important that we do recognise that these are based, I'm sure, on the data we've got, on your best knowledge, but that we might have to rethink them as we go forwards and be open to doing that, I think.
We'll pick everybody's comments up, I think. Ruth?
Thank you. I just want to come back to the health claims, and I noticed that half the producers are now in the association, and whether there was a role that they'd picked up already or intended to pick up about assuring themselves that those people belonging to the association were not making inappropriate claims as to the health benefits of the product. And I'm including internet advertising, farm gate, leaflets, food fairs. The association could have quite a strong role in giving some assurance about the health claims, and I just wondered whether the association had picked that up. And then the second point, separate to this, is the triggers proposed. They're what we can do with the data that we have. One of the things the Welsh Committee was keen on is the idea of publishing it every month, so there's transparency about how it's evolving, and so people can help to shape the point Paul was making about shaping what should be a threshold that we might consider in future as we get more understanding of the data. So I think you were willing to consider that publishing the data monthly was possible, and that would be a good step.
I think Guy would like to come in on that.
It follows on a little bit in terms in paragraph 22 and 23. It talks about a project with independent expert data scientists that will be looking at the data sets, etc. I just wondered on the timeline of that. And then on 23, it talks about a potential useful data source in terms of PHEs, enhanced surveillance for sporadic cases. And again, I'd quite like to know, where, if that's kind of moving forward, and when we might be able to kind of be sure that that is a possibility or not a possibility.
Colm.
Yeah, a point that just builds on some of the points you've made. Thank you, Kevin, for joining Michael at the NIFAC meeting last week. And I think one of the points that was raised there was a concern around the failed hygiene indicator samples, which would override, as I understand, the tables and the triggers. So that would be looked at separately. But the other point I think was made, to the extent that it's possible for the FSA to influence the labelling so that it's very clear that it's a risky food. I think that there is evidence out there that, notwithstanding the health claims, it doesn't necessarily come across as a risky food, and while there may not be direct health claim benefits articulated, there's a perception out there that this is better for you, and there are risks in it. So to the extent that the FSA can influence the labelling, we should seek to do that.
Well, let's just pick that up, because that was the decision we took when we last discussed this, for that, and that request, which is now sitting with health ministers, is still sitting with health ministers for strengthening some of those controls that we want to have in. But it's not whether we can influence. That is the FSA policy area around the ability to label those risky foods. Kevin, did you want to come back on any of those other points?
Yes, thanks. I'll try and remember them. I think Paul mentioned the thresholds that are sensible and intuitive. Yes, I mean, they are based on current data. We don't have sufficient data to be able to, for example, determine trends with the data. But as we build up those databases, then hopefully we will be able to get trend analysis and incorporate that into the thresholds, maybe lower the thresholds or raise them as appropriate. So we will be keeping that under a constant review. And I suppose that sort of partly relates to Guy's question about other data sources. Yeah, we do have this project at the moment with data scientists looking at lots of different data sources. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to produce anything at the moment because the timescales haven't been sufficient. But I think they're due to report early next year on available data sources and whether any will be appropriate. For example, the PHE STEC number of cases, we might be able to use something there to give us an indication of trends. And Ruth mentioned the health claims and the number of producers in RPMA. Yes, I mean, the RPMA are aware that health claims should not be made for this, and that would be part of their protocols and procedures. But also the Dairy Hygiene Inspectorate are being trained up, and as they visit places, they are asked to look out for any claims on vending machines or farm gates and anything inappropriate. They will mention it to the producer, and if appropriate to trading standards officers as appropriate, who will deal with the claims issues. And yes, I think Colm, similarly on the labelling, we are constantly looking at that, and we will be working with IT to increase the view that the raw drinking milk is not safe for certain vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Julie, did you want to come in?
Yes, please. If I could pick up on the data science and maybe general data points that were being made. So I think that the challenge for the data scientists is the paucity of the data. So it's always a challenge if there's no data. And so, yes, we're looking to see whether there are other data that could be used, but could we also exhort industry, businesses themselves to engage in sharing this data with us and with others to take this forward?
Thank you. Anything else? In which case we'll agree that package.
Just to clarify, is it possible to publish the information? I wasn't quite sure.
I'm going to come back and say we'll come back to the board on the possibility of publication. I don't want to. I think we just need to allow the advice to be developed on that, and then we'll assume yes unless we hear otherwise. Points about the additional data sets made, the health claims points are really important, including being absolutely clear in all our own content about that. We shouldn't miss an opportunity to address the misinformation about health claims, and the board does agree the triggers for review of RDM controls. Thank you very much, Kevin and Lariman. Thank you. We'll now move on to some updates. Colm, first on the meeting of ARAC yesterday.
Chair, thank you. The ARAC met yesterday afternoon and went through a fairly significant, substantive agenda. We considered a presentation from Jenny Desir on information security. We are part of a government cluster led by DWP, but we're in a pretty good place on cyber security and well on track for delivering the support that will be needed, particularly for NFCU as it grows, so in a good place there. Very substantive discussion on corporate risk management, and we've touched on this quite a bit today on three of the risks in particular, one on the major incident response and back to one of the points Laura had raised, how do we get ahead of the game, if you like, how do we make sure we're learning lessons and picking things up and spotting signs where things can go wrong. The second was on the dependency of delivery partners. Part of that speaks to exit in the EU, but it's broader than that, and a little bit of that came out in the discussions with Michael around ROF and so forth, and the local authority market and so forth. So we have a huge amount of dependency there. And then the EU exit risk itself and exactly where we are. And again, Rod spoke to that on two issues today. And some of these areas, particularly the EU exit one, is moving quite, they're all at amber, but some of them are very close. And bear in mind, this report was at the 31st of October, so had the report been a little bit more up to date, it may well be red. And it's not a bad thing necessarily to have red issues, because it does focus the mind on what needs to be done. So we'll keep that under review, and the accounting officer is clearly very well aware of that. We had our first meeting, as the board will be aware from our last discussions. The operational activity for the National Audit Office has been outsourced to Mazars. We met the director from the Audit Office, Ali Morgan, and the partner from Mazars, Cameron Waddle, at the meeting yesterday. They outlined their strategy and timelines. I think, if anything, we're going to get an even more detailed audit service from Mazars, but the important point from our point of view is that the certification will still come from the National Audit Office, so you're sort of almost getting two for the price of one, so getting better input. We had the internal audit planning and progress outlined by our Head of Internal Audit, John Fairley, so we're well on track, good plans for the year ahead, and he is starting to recruit. He was recruiting quite extensively this week for significant posts. We had a very good discussion around the code of practice for conflicts of interest around site advisory committees. Very robust discussion and a number of suggestions and amendments made. So Patrick's going to bring that back. I'm going to recirculate that back to IRAC in the first instance by correspondence, and then once IRAC are fully satisfied to endorse, that will come to the board for approval. And it's important that everybody understands that the role of a document like that is to protect the board and the Food Standards Agency, but also to protect the scientific experts who are signing up to that. We thankfully had a nil return on whistleblowing, which is now a standard item on IRAC, and I gave a brief update on the discussions at a HMT auditors meeting I attended at the end of October, which was very useful. And finally, we outlined the new timetable for IRAC. As you know, we had decided at the last board meeting to move back to a period where IRAC will meet 2 to 3 weeks in advance of the board. What that allows is for a full, rather than me having to articulate the next day very quickly, that will allow for full minutes to be prepared, agreed by members of IRAC and the accounting officer and other executives there, and then formally presented to the board for a fuller discussion. And we set our timetables depending on our strategy and what has to happen. We may get a little bit of time in January, but the first formal meeting will be in the middle of February ahead of the March board meeting. And we will discuss the scheduling of the other key one-to-one meetings, so IRAC with the National Audit Office and Mazars, IRAC with the internal audit, and board chair and IRAC chair. So those sort of annual meetings will be scheduled over the course of the year.
Any questions for Colm at this stage? Bruce, WFAG update.
Thank you. It's a long letter this month, and I think we've picked up many of the issues the committee talked about under each item. Just 3 quick points to make. First of all, we welcome Julie to her first meeting. It was great to have her there, and pleased that she was able to contribute on a whole range of issues in our discussions. Second point was in our October time aside, we had a presentation on the new food business registration system, and we had a Skype feedback session with one of the local authorities in Wales. It was very positive. Committee really appreciated really understanding how this was coming to life. And so just to say, if you do get a chance to have a look at it, it's interesting to see how it works and how it's developed. So we were very pleased to do that. And to hear how well the local authority was in developing the engagement approach. And then finally, to say that Richard Bowen is going to be doing an extensive engagement process with stakeholders, particularly local government in Wales, come in the new year. And that will be an opportunity to talk about ROF and all the other issues that we're currently discussing. So the committee was pleased to hear that.
Thank you. Any questions for Ruth on that wider WFAG perspective? If not, Colm, was there anything to add from NIFAG?
Very little, Chair. I've already raised most of the issues that were raised as we went through today's papers. Just a couple of things to update on. We had further discussions around planning for the new operational mode for NIFAG going forward, which were very positive, and we meet again in a retreat session early in January. We had a really useful allergens update from Louise Connolly, part of Maria's team, specifically around the Easy to Ask campaign, targeted specifically at young adults and teenagers, where there's a lot of peer pressures that dissuade them. Again, I referred earlier to the use of behavioural science and using that to discover how best to target this group. We worked with Cool FM, which is sort of the largest radio station in Northern Ireland for the youth market. They had their most successful ever competition. We don't know if it was because of the Food Standards Agency or because there was a MacBook as a prize, but it was one of the two. do, but over 2,000 entries to the competition, and I think there was a real sense that it had worked. There's a full post-project evaluation underway, which will actually tell us learning that we can use, and we've developed really strong partnerships with the Department of Education, the Department of Health and the Public Health Agency, as we have in other parts of the UK, for really driving into what's a really vulnerable group within the allergens area. So really, really interesting to hear that. And then finally, we're kicking off tomorrow the competition for new NIFAC members. So that's, I'm meeting with the Department of Health and the Commissioner for Public Appointments tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Anything for Colm on NIFAC? In which case we have no other business, and the next scheduled meeting of the board is the 13th of March 2019. Guess what we'll be talking about. And that concludes the formal business of the board. There's an opportunity now if anybody in the audience wishes to ask a question. Stephen will leap into action. And if not, the board's allowed to have some lunch. No, we will reconvene at 1:25 for the business committee. Thank you.
Most of us drink milk, the majority of which is pasteurised. However, there's an increasing interest in drinking raw milk, which is different to...
Welcome back. That's now the business committee of the FSA meeting in December 2018. And the first item on the agenda is the minutes of our last meeting. These were sent around to board members in draft. So I'm hoping we consider them an accurate record of the meeting. Thank you very much. And the actions arising. Actually, I think that action has been completed. I'm looking at Anne. Yes, it has. So we have adjusted those terms of reference. No other actions anybody thinks we've omitted? No? In which case, Jason, your report.
Yeah, just quickly on one or two of the areas. So on the organisational design, it was mentioned earlier in the full board meeting about different aspects of that. So the expansion of the NFCU, this separation between risk assessment and risk management, and what we've been doing as executive is treading that fine line between making the necessary organisational design changes that have to be in place for EU exit, at the same time as seeking to minimise any disruption because of the turmoil that can be caused by organisational design. I'm pleased to say that we're where we want to be in terms of that, pretty much in place. There are a couple of areas where we're working hard in Colin and Maria's space to where the disentangling and separation of duties is a little bit more complex than just a pick and lift sort of approach. But fundamentally, we're where we need to be in terms of organisational design, and will definitely be sorted in time for April, which is the end game on this. On the people survey, slightly running the risk of getting into trouble because there's a mix-up with one or two of the numbers across the whole of the survey. So we're not really meant to be sharing, but I thought I'd just do it anyway. And you'll see from reading it that why I would want to do it anyway and not leave it another 3 months. Really pleasing set of results, I think, and testament to the team and the leaders right throughout the organisation of seeing that degree of improvement against the backdrop that and the environment that we're operating within. So it's good to see us improving relative to others, but it's good to see us improving in absolute terms as well. So I think a lot to be pleased about in the survey. As ever, lots for us to work on. But I think it was the fact that the overall score being reflected at lower levels and in some of the more individual questions. Lots of, it doesn't mention it here, but there's lots of good feedback for the executive team as well about how they're viewed in terms of leadership of the organisation, whether their behaviours are reflecting the values of the organisation. So, and some significant improvements in some of those key areas. Because in times of turmoil and disruption, people, want to be well managed and want to be well led, and want to have trust and faith in the leadership and the quality and the values and the quality of the decisions that we make. And so that came across really strongly in some of the subset questions within the survey. As Heather mentioned earlier, we had our management conference in Manchester a couple of weeks ago. Really successful event. We've got the formal evaluation to come, but all the initial feedback was it was the best conference that we've had. We took a deliberate step to have an external focus around that. So rather than speaking to ourselves about all the range of things we were dealing with, getting some external perspective on what it's like to work with the FSA, what they think our priorities and challenges should be. And we had 2 or 3 really strong panels, as well as a number of external speakers. So actually the focus on getting some of that challenge and some of that feedback from a whole range of third-party stakeholders was a really key feature of the event, and lots of enthusiasm. The key test for me was people were as noisy and buzzing when they left on Wednesday as when they arrived on Tuesday. Normally it sort of tapers off, but there was a really strong atmosphere in the place. And then I've just brought and highlighted a couple of other areas that we're working strongly on, obviously on mental well-being. Anybody who's aware of the direction of travel in terms of absence from work will be aware that the shift from sort of physical conditions to mental health issues in terms of reasons for absence is marked and significant, and we're trying to respond to that and give colleagues and people within the organisation the access to the support that they need, not just for their well-being at work, but general well-being as individuals. And then on diversity and inclusion, we are getting moving to address this issue that we've wanted to address for some time. And Rosie mentioned it in terms of the opportunity that recruitment into the advisory committees gives, and obviously we're looking to take advantage of our general recruitment approach to address some of our diversity challenges, and huge amount of enthusiasm for this within the organisation. Some of the network groups that are getting up and running are absolutely terrific, and I've been along to 2 or 3 of them, and it's really paying dividends, I think. Again, these things feed into the overall engagement scores and how affiliated people feel to the organisation. So more to come on the diversity and inclusion stuff. And then the only thing I draw out on the prosecutions is the number of notes. So, we're seeing bigger fines. We're seeing more significant fines. We're seeing less of the £2,000 and more of the £20,000, £30,000, which is new sentencing guidelines kicking through. You hope, obviously, we hope that it has the preventative and deterrent effect that it's meant to have, where businesses will understand and think about the consequences of courses of action and choose not to take them.
Jason, thank you. Colin.
Chair, thank you. Jason, thank you. Congratulations on your results in the People Survey. Can I just ask one question? When was that the questionnaires completed? Because that's actually quite relevant in terms of what's been going on. October
2018.
Yeah. I think that chair speaks an awful lot to the leadership within the organisation, because there's been a lot of disruption. There's been the move to Clive House, the move to more mobile working and home working and so forth, and to see those figures coming through as positive as they are, congratulations on that. When will the board see a full set of the food survey?
No, I'm looking at Maria. I guess we're waiting for final full clearance from Cabinet Office, aren't we?
We are indeed. That should be coming through imminently, so we'll get the board a full report.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll put it in one of the Thursday circulations. As soon as we're allowed, we'll do it.
That's great, and well done again.
Stuart.
3 things. On the mental well-being, is anybody helping Rod?
Some cases are beyond.
I think that will push me over the edge, Stuart. Thank you.
The management conference some members of board attended the last one, and it went down with the board members and with certainly the people around me on various tables and whatnot. And did we decide not to do it this year?
I think that's more oversight than a conscious decision not to.
Yeah,
if I commented on it when we were there, because it was helpful to have board members. Heather came, but yeah.
There weren't many of us attended, but I certainly got a lot out of it in terms of understanding the people and so on, and they seemed to, the staff seemed to appreciate board members taking an interest.
No, well, apologies to board members.
And especially if it was a good do.
Yes. Well, yeah, we go. You're back at Rod there if you want a good do.
And the last one was there's quite a lot of court cases in that. Is that up or down on where we normally are?
I don't think we've got, what, 4 or 5 there. It's pretty normal, I think, that we have that many. Yeah, I mean, as you know, they all move at different paces, and you know, some are longer and more complex cases than others. But no, I wouldn't say it didn't strike me when I looked at it as thinking, blimey, that's a huge increase. But I can't say I've checked the numbers, you know, this quarter versus previous quarters, but it didn't jump out.
Dave and then Mary. Oh, you're in some kind of tag team, you two, today, aren't you? Yeah.
I can't read his notes, so you see
Mary.
Or just to follow on from Stuart's comment about the prosecutions, what's the source of the additional fines? I mean, how come the fines are larger? Is it that the court's taking more seriously?
New sentencing guidelines have taken force.
18 months ago, wasn't it?
And it's just beginning to feed through just because of the gestation period on some of the cases. Oh, Rob.
On the question of volume, it's always been the case, for no reason that I can really understand, that they tend to come along in clutches. And I think, honestly, it just seems to be that way. And the cases will be commenced at different times, they'll run to different time frames, they'll have different levels of complexity, and yet we have a sudden splurge of 3 or 4 decisions in a couple of weeks, and that's exactly what's happened.
Anybody else? No? Excellent. Well, I can see Andy Morling hanging his coat on. So we might have him in the door. Here he is. Welcome, Andy. You can come straight to the table. How good is that timing? Because we are ahead of the game. And ladies and gentlemen, also with Andy is Darren Davies, who is our new appointment to head the expanded National Food Crime Unit. So really glad to have you here. Takes up position at the beginning of January. But also attended the management conference, which was also a great thing to see. Andy, but when you get your breath, but you always get your breath. There will be no challenge for you to get your breath. Completely in control of the situation. Thank you very much for the update on NFCU progress. Were there any particular elements of this that you wanted to bring to the board's attention or take us through before we have a discussion about it?
Thank you, Chair. Probably not particularly too much, as given we've got a limited amount of time to cover this today. Just to point out that this is a paper of 2 halves, so we're looking at the performance of the unit for the last 12 months or so during 2018, and also the looking ahead, or currently and ahead, to the development of the unit into phase 2. So the key areas of progress in relation to phase 2, looking at them perhaps in reverse, are our progress towards recruitment, which is a very positive story at this point in time. I think I can add some detail to that in that we now have 5 vacancies for the minimum viable product, so what we set out to achieve before April next year, and a total of, I think, 17 from full operating capability, which we said would reach in April 2020. So that's a positive story. Accommodation is a very positive story also. The work stream for that is on track, and in fact there's quite a bit of green across the whole of our project plan at the moment for the implementation project. Performance last year continues to be dominated by our work on DMP, and again, a fairly positive story to tell there. Lots of interventions and a notable prosecution this year, resulting in a manslaughter conviction of a significant dealer in the UK. Other than that, an increase in our intelligence feed in terms of quantity, but quality remains a bit difficult to judge at this stage. We're not getting quite the level of quality in intelligence we receive in that we'd like, principally because of continuing blockers with industry, although we've had the sort of notable success of signing up the information sharing agreement with Finn, which you agreed was a sensible thing for us to do in December last year, I believe, or early this year. That's now in place, and we had the first meeting, and today, in fact, we received the first cut of information from that membership, which is, again, a very positive thing. More broadly, our engagement with industry continues to be challenging for us on a bilateral basis about the more granular intelligence that we need to do our job. Other than that, I will have to take any of your questions.
I'm sure you've lined up some questions brilliantly there. Who would like to begin? Me. Tell us a bit more about why now. Why are industries still reluctant to participate in this?
I think there are some things that can be resolved, and there are some things that are going to be something we just have to live with. The things that can be resolved, I think it's about demonstrating that we can walk the walk. I've spent a lot of time telling people that we will treat their information in industry with respect and be aware and cognizant of their commercial interests in that. But I think now's the time we've got to start demonstrating it. And it's almost like who blinks first. We need the chance to be able to show that we can do this, and that will spread across the industry, I think. And we had an example this year, which I mentioned in the board paper, where a contact within the meat sector approached me personally and shared some very useful intelligence on a confidential basis, and that instigated an operational intervention shortly after. So we were able to show that it worked, and I think that will reap rewards. That good news will spread around the community, particularly within the meat industry, a very important sector for us. The things that we can't change, I think there will always be that challenge that if you're confronted with a situation in industry where you find that you've been the victim of a food fraud, there is that decision: do we escalate it and share it with the authorities? And we're now sort of fully functioning, or will be a fully functioning law enforcement capability, or do we deal with it contractually and kind of move on? And I think that's the thing that we will struggle to ever get into our favour. I think there will always be a stronger incentive not to report than to report in those circumstances. We'll still work at it, but I think that's something we're going to have to learn to live with.
I think Laura wants to pick that up, and then Paul.
Just that issue about your experience with an individual who came forward and that whole whistleblowing sort of environment. We talked about this in ARAC, and third-party whistleblowing procedures might be quite interesting for us to be explicit on the website, just to show that we look after their information, that they are, there's confidentiality, that you can trust us, that might be a useful sort of push or pull information into the organisation if it's seen as being one of our values.
That's true. I think the problem is less about whistleblowers, and we get those. So we get people coming to us employed by industry, blowing the whistle on things happening within their food businesses. That we do get. We also get bell ringers, as they're known, so those that have left employment and then tell us what's happened. What we don't get is industry coming to us as the victim. And that's the most, to me, that's one of the most important areas, where you recognise you've fallen victim, and that's where you're reporting as a victim. What we can articulate in the way you describe is how we'll look after victims of crime. I think that's the bit we haven't done. There are mechanisms in place within the criminal justice system that are designed to look after victims, and we need to see how they can be applied to industry victims of food crime, because that's where the primary victimhood lies. It is a business-to-business crime in its execution, although consumers tend to suffer the loss. So I think that's a very good point, Laura. I think we will look at how we can articulate that better. But whistleblowers and bell ringers, I think we're in a reasonably good place with at the moment.
Paul.
Got to say, bell ringers is a new one to me. Lot of intelligence coming in, more intelligence coming in, but very little of it that's actually actionable, which is probably always going to be the case. I can understand that. Have we got ways, have you got ways to try and increase the quality of intelligence? Have you got ways to rapidly sift the intelligence so you don't spend a lot of time on the low quality stuff? So where are we moving towards getting more out of what we do get?
I think you're right. I think when you have a public reporting function, there's always the risk you're going to receive more than you want in terms of quantity and lower quality. Because when you think about it, the main source of intelligence for us isn't the consumer, ironically, because the consumer is probably the last to know that they've fallen victim to a fraud or to a crime. In terms of technical ways of filtering out the load that puts on my staff, yes, we are exploring ways of doing that, and I think one of the ways I'm quite keen to explore, and I'm a child of the 60s, so I don't know how these things really work, but where you can have a bot that essentially is the front face to your reporting line, and it asks a series of questions to the person looking to report and answers them all automatically. So it filters out and sifts the inappropriate calls from the appropriate calls, and only those ones get through to a live operator. So that's one thing we can do to reduce the burden. But the other side of that coin is I would rather, I don't want to deal with the quantity too much, because if we start putting off people from calling, then there's a risk that one nugget won't come through. And it's actually not a massive burden on my staff, if I'm honest. Most of these things come through by email rather than telephone calls anyway. So that's a helpful way of reducing the immediate burden on us. To increase the quality generally, I think we need to look elsewhere than our reporting line. I think we need to be working harder with industry. You have to have a public reporting line, but I don't think it's ever going to be the main source of our actionable intelligence. But I want to keep it there just for when the odd one might come through. So it looks bleak, looking at, I think, the figures that you've got in front of you. But actually, in terms of what we are getting in, we have enough to be going on for the time being.
Stuart?
Yeah, Andy, you maybe already done it, but what about a presentation to the, for example, the BMPA committee, where you have the senior owners of meat processing plants, and if it would help, could help you facilitate that if you wanted. Another one might be, I'll see what reaction I get from Jason, but the AIMS conference. But there's, you know, just trying to get the message through, because if it does nothing else, it'll warn people that you're on the case, and it might prevent rather than catch, because you're trying to do both things, aren't you?
Yes, I mean, I'm always happy to speak to anybody, quite honestly. I think the meat industry of all industries is more aware of our existence than others. We have, although I haven't directly spoken to the groups in their sort of committee form that you mentioned, I have spoken with individuals from those organisations, and they are aware of our existence, and they are aware of how we'll treat their information. There's still room for more, I accept. But I'm not sure, I think it's perhaps more fundamental than that within industry. As I said, those intractable problems, I think, are still there. We published in 2016 a guide that actually articulated in written form, and I believe many members from the meat industry or of our own liaison group that we have received that guide that sets out unequivocally how we'll treat the information. Even that hasn't had the desired impact. So I'm not being defeated about it by any means. I think we need to continue. It does, and so we have done that, but perhaps not quite as formally as we might.
And we've also become increasingly clear with industry that we are now calling them out on this. You know, they've supported the case for the MCU. They recognise the extent of the fraud. They know that they're part of it. They have their own networks for sharing this information. They, as responsible businesses, they have a corporate citizen role to play in this as well. And they need to get over what are increasingly now sounding like excuses not to play the proper role.
Maybe a further point, the surveillance stuff that we saw from Julie yesterday, there's a good chance there to highlight where the problem times or areas might be, and it might be worth flagging that up. I can't think what other sectors. I just know the meat sector, and I know that's where a lot of the problems might be. But it's another area that might work.
Julie?
Yes, just in response to that, yes, people from Andy's team have been part of some of our sprints, so yeah, very much viewed as one of our customers. But I'm just thinking about what we saw both in olive oil, but any commodity, and also meat, the pork mass balancing, which was again was aimed at sort of Andy's people. And it may be that we do that sort of work to then see whether we can then bring businesses in around it to say, we're seeing this, would any of you now like to volunteer a little bit of, oh, that might have been me. So it becomes a bit of an ongoing conversation rather than expecting them to come in cold and just declare something's happened. So it may take longer, but it may be another way of getting people to feel that they can come in, and as they do so, feel safe, and it feels safe, confidential and worthwhile.
Colin, and then Colin, and then Mary.
Yeah, I think the build of phase 2 is an opportunity to look again at the comms, and the focus has been and is around building phase 2 for MVP by March, and as the paper says, I think we're well on track. But I think once we've done that, I think we can go back out, and I do think, as Andy says, I think the meat industry do know about NFCU quite well, but I think there is certainly I think it's a good question, a good challenge around, do we want to look again at a new approach to comms once we've built the full functionality?
Colin.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Andy, congratulations on the progress so far. It's tremendous progress in a relatively short space of time, particularly on the recruitment side. But can I just ask, where are you on recruitment? Have you had any difficulties in specific skill sets? And what, in terms of recruitment, and other impediments do you need removed to move properly to phase 2?
Sorry, Colin, I coughed at the last part of your question, but I think I heard this. I think I heard it. So recruitment has been. We took a decision early on that we. Excuse me. Too many late nights and cigars. That early on that we, as we don't compete on salaries with our competitors across law enforcement, we had to take a decision to perhaps recruit potential and beef up our training budget and our training plans, which we've done. So, having said that, I'd rather have an empty seat than the wrong person in the role, and and we have succeeded in that. So we've got the right people, and we are going to train them in the technical skills to make up for any shortfall in that, but they have the potential we need. Excuse me.
Did you want to come back on that?
Chair, can I step in whilst Andy has a drink? Yeah, so I think in terms of recruitment, I agree we don't obviously want to recruit the wrong people and have the wrong people, because that might deal with a short-term pressure of filling seats, but it gives you a much longer-term problem, of course. But actually we've done quite well in terms of the minimum viable product. So as Andy says, we said we would have 40 additional staff by the end of March, and we've got 35 of them already. And we have another phase of recruitment, which is kicking off now and will come to fruition before the end of March. So I think in terms of recruitment, we're good. In terms of the other aspects of phase 2, the accommodation, our first staff started in Birmingham this week, and we'll fit out the office, and they'll have a new purpose-built office by March. The one issue that is an issue, it's not technically part of MVP, is the mandate and the powers. And that's something that does need to continue to be pursued.
Mary.
Sorry, I feel guilty asking Andy a question, struggling to speak. But I mean, all of the multiple retailers have sort of product integrity departments whose job it is to go around and assess that products are what they say they are, and that's 80% of food that's retailed in the UK. Is there a way of tying up with those people to encourage them to cough up when there's something badly out of order?
And I hope cough up wasn't a dig there. I'm delighted to say that I think it's a really good call, and we are linked in with one such body, and forgive me, I can't recall the name of it exactly at the moment, but that's around corporate security and lack of food integrity as a security issue. And there's a forum that we have a seat around the table at. And we do, I think it's important that we share both ways as well. So we need to educate these people in what we're seeing, so to share our intelligence with them so they can better assure the integrity of their own products, but also to get the signals from them. So yes, I think those sort of groups are exactly where we should be engaging, that they're sort of professional body and on an individual basis, and indeed we do. I'm hoping that our membership of FIN will open up more doors for us as well, because if we can show to the members of FIN, which represents a big chunk of the food industry, particularly food retail, that we are, on that face-to-face basis, that we are to be trusted and we are doing the right thing for the right reasons, I think that will open up bilateral relationships with those bigger corporates that perhaps they don't want to have through the FIN network, that we can then have bilaterally. So I think it's a valid point. Yes, we are engaged with some of those forums, and I'll make sure that we have a look at others that we could engage with.
Sorry, Julie.
Sorry, if I could just maybe add another opportunity, another way of doing this. This relates to some of the conversations we're having with GS1, who is the organisation that creates, manages, gives out the barcodes across the world. And we're talking to them, and one of the things they do is to, again, through the barcodes, try to allow businesses to have confidence with the product as it's moving through. But they're also looking at other ways to identify that product and get confidence in what is coming through. And again, in doing so, giving you opportunities to see where there is less confidence. So I think there are many different opportunities, and we need to bring all of these opportunities together.
Laura. Thank you. Obviously, businesses are really important, but also our partners, sort of local authorities. And what are we doing to sort of working with them to actually bring them on board so that we, create a sort of coherent sort of working and collaboration?
I think you hit the nail on the head there. It's about collaboration. We're not. The way I see our activity moving forward is that we work very much in collaboration with local authorities. We're not necessarily going to be in an operationally independent position. So each case we take on, I would imagine the vast majority will be joint investigations with local authorities. And I think that we haven't made that clear enough, and I think it's important that we do. There may be occasions when we need to go alone, but I think these will be the exception rather than the rule. How we're doing it, we're looking to put in place memoranda of understanding with the professions, with local authorities, in whatever way we can. And that work will start early in the new year. So we can set out exactly how we'll work together in perhaps the degree of granularity that I think our partners and local authorities would like to see. Setting out how we'll work, how primacy will work, what will be for us, what will be for them, and as I said, how these joint operations will work. And I think that will go some way towards making sure that we can we have a document to go to that says this is how we work with local authorities, and we have them very much working with us rather than us sort of doing this to them.
I think just want to re-endorse the absolute vital importance of that relationship going right. We've successfully made the case to move to phase 2 early because this board felt at risk because there was a public expectation of something that we were doing that was not in our competence or didn't have the capacity to do. We really don't want phase 2 to be interpreted as we are replacing local authority functions, because we have neither the scale nor the capacity nor the wish to do that, nor do we do it in the way that they're able to do it. So it absolutely a collaboration message. I don't know what more we can say around this table to be absolutely clear and reassure our colleagues in local authorities that we do not want to tread on their toes or step into their shoes. This is about filling a gap that was not being filled and backing them or helping them handle more complex issues and taking a load off them where they are unable, sometimes because of powers, resources or other reasons, to be able to bring them to fruition. We really need to give them all that reassurance that we can.
And I think one of the things that we'll have 3 modes of operation. We will lead, we'll support, and we'll coordinate. So I think in some situations we will lead an intervention that will involve local authorities as partners, Sometimes we will support their interventions where they have primacy and they need some support from us, either in technical skills or knowledge or simply in sort of resources. And we'll also sometimes coordinate. So we'll be in coordinate mode where we will bring together local authorities to, as a sort of a national partner, to enable them to work better together. So in those three different modes of operation, each one of those will involve local authorities at all stages.
Andy, do you think, because I think that would be really useful, and the more you can give some sort of, create some scenarios to bring that to life for them, the better. But I also wondered, I think the board would be interested if you're able to say just something about the scale of the current fraud investigation that you're involved in. Obviously, we don't want to know any operational detail or anything like that, but I think that helps bring to life as well that even though we're growing to 80 people, we're not growing to 80 people who can spread their tentacles into all that other activity. These are big and very time-consuming investigations, aren't they?
They are, and I think that's one thing we need to recognise, not just how resource-intensive they are, but how long they take to go through the process from start to finish. So it's hard to describe the scale of this particular operation, other than to say that if we had, when fully staffed, if we had 2 more of these, I think we'd be at capacity. So it is the number of cases I imagine we'll have on any one point of this size will probably be 1 or 2 of this size, and maybe 1 or 2 of a sort of slightly smaller nature. I would anticipate that if we get to where we expect to get to with this particular case, we would be it's April, May next year before we're in a position to consider charges, and then the long tail as we proceed up to a criminal trial takes a good deal longer than that. So with a fair wind, I anticipate not being in court if we get all the ducks in a line much before probably the end of 2020. So that's the kind of, if you think of the genesis of this.
That's really helpful to help persuade local authority colleagues. If we're dealing with that scale, complexity and length, and that's what's needed, we have not got the resources, let alone the intent or the will, to go and interfere with their local business, which is what some of them may be feeling.
And I think if local authorities can do a good job, and many of them can in this area, which isn't strictly within their remit, but they're doing a good job of it, then I'm delighted about that, and they will continue to do it, and we'll offer them whatever support they need, but we certainly won't be taking jobs off them.
Anything else around the board table? No? Well, thank you very much for the report. Great progress, and we're also, I think, very satisfied that another EU exit issue where we are going to be ahead of the curve when we get to day 1, which is, again, extremely reassuring. And I know there's a heap of work gone into that. I think the board really is looking for industry to more fully play its part through the routes that you've identified and to send those strong messages to local authorities. And Andy, I think this is probably the last time the board will see you before you hand over the reins in the current role to Darren. So I think I would like to place on record our really sincere thanks for everything you've done to get us to this point. It's been a superb job and we are very appreciative of it. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to our quarterly performance and resources report.
Thanks,
Mr. Hitchin, you've been very quiet through this entire meeting.
I have, every time I was about to answer something, one of my director colleagues said exactly the same thing.
Well done.
Which is always very reassuring when it comes to resource in particular. So moving on to the report, and again I will say, this is a team effort, and when we get onto any difficult questions later on, it will be back to my director colleagues to field all of those. So just a few things to draw out of the report. EU exit we've already heard lots about on slide 7. I think it gives a good context in terms of all the things the team are delivering and all the things that are within our control that are being landed. Obviously there are challenges, as we've heard, but overall good progress. On ROF, the second priority for the FSA, again we've heard from Michael Jackson earlier, and there's a bit more context included in slide 8. There are 2 new slides, 14 and 15, that focus on the media interactions, and in particular the reach into consumers. So any feedback or comments on those would be helpful. And finally, last but not least, the FSA is on track with all of its HMT limits on the resources on slide 16. And as you've already heard, EMT will be looking at the budget for next year in 2 weeks' time, and we'll bring a pulse update to board in January before the full sign-off in March. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Input from board members, questions, commentary. Laura.
Just one thing, and that is when we look at meat businesses and when we actually look at all metrics around businesses, can we also, where it's possible, talk about volume? Because if what we're talking about is a very, very small number or a very small volume, despite the fact that numerically there are a lot, then it actually distorts the picture in terms of what I would call consumer risk. I mean, it's useful to have both sets of stats, but I think particularly in the meat sector, we're talking about a very small tail of lots of businesses, but actually with very little impact potentially on overall meat safety and standards.
We'll have a look at how we do that without expanding the deck, perhaps, Colin.
Yeah, I mean, I think that assumption, I think, is correct, Laura, that it's, I mean, when you look at the figures, it's, 98.4%, so that's 15 FBOs, so roughly 1,000 FBOs. 1 percentage point is 10 companies, so it's quite small. I think you're right that in the main, those that are not compliant or are lower down in terms of the performance against audits tends to be the smaller, medium-sized ones, but actually capturing the throughput and the volume might be quite tricky. So we'll have to see what's possible. Again, as Heather says, within a constrained slide deck.
Stuart.
Change of subject. First of all, congratulations on hitting the top tweet, Chairman. It's 81.6 thousand. That's going some. It's actually the next slide, which is 46% of all coverage was slightly or strongly favourable, which means that 54% was not. Is that correct? Have I got that right?
Could have been neutral.
Yeah.
Neutral, well, yeah, neutral or negative, yeah. Do we have those figures as to what was neutral and what was negative?
I don't have them to hand, to be honest, Stuart, but we can certainly work with our comms colleagues and get those for you. But I think Heather is right. There is a proportion of neutral there.
I just wonder where that was in the trend of things. That's all. Thank you.
We'll get that sent out subsequently. Dave?
Just two quick questions on people. Not sure what slide it is, but we've got 116 vacancies, which sounds an awful lot because it's over 10% of our people. However, I suspect a good number of those are new posts rather than replacements. So perhaps give us some, if I was split of that. And going back to Jason's point earlier on diversity, we have, in previous iterations of this report, had some diversity monitoring numbers in there around applications, etc. And given it is something we do talk about at each meeting, whether there is a case for making an exception and maybe an extra half a page going in there or something, just to give us a bit of information on that in due course.
Yeah, probably just a question of frequency there. Whether we do it 6 monthly might be more appropriate. Probably once a year is too little, every quarter's too much. And I think it would be interesting to see where we are post the recruitment, to link your 2 points together. We're hoping that the recruitment will, will improve our diversity stats. So, yeah, why don't we commit to we'll produce it for the next time, and then we might do it again in the autumn. That might be spring and autumn might be a good time to do it, actually.
Very happy to do that. Just on the number of live vacancies, you'll see that's end of Q2, Dave, and we have filled most of those posts actually. So that was a big chunk of people in Steve's world, the science world, so a lot of our science people, and also then the NFCU recruitment as well. So the figures will change in the next quarter again, but we've filled most of those posts.
Stuart?
A bit tongue-in-cheek, but I've learned 3 new words and phrases. Pulse update from Chris, Sandpit is in the papers, and Sprint. All new to me.
And bell ringers. Bell ringers.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either. I think point well made. We'll make sure it's in plain English.
We're pleased to educate at these meetings as we're going on.
Colin.
Thanks, Heather. Firstly, if I can congratulate on the financial performance, it's great to see in a difficult year coming in on target. That should put us in a good position for what may be a difficult negotiation with Treasury as we go into the discussions with them and coming. What's your sense, Jason, about how that will go?
Well, I think we're continuing to build off a strong platform in terms of credibility and reputation with Treasury. I think the allocation we received this week for 1920 for EU exit related issues, a fair chunk of which is actually EU exit related pressures that are moving into baseline or will move into baseline with as part of SR19, we hope. So these are not preparatory tasks for EU exit. These are ongoing commitments as we repatriate roles and responsibilities, as we've heard throughout the meeting, really, and just now about recruiting more people that are built into the baseline. So I think, I think Emma mentioned yesterday in relation to that additional money for 1920 that we received the highest proportion of our initial bid of any department. So I think, and that's on the basis of the quality of the bid that we put together, but also the reputation and confidence that the Treasury have in our day-to-day management of money over the whole of the existing spending review, as well as how we've accounted for the previous additional money we've had from Treasury for EU exit. So I think we're as well positioned as any department to enter into a sensible range of discussions. You never get everything you want in a spending review, but I think we're confident that we can build a good case, and we're confident that we've got the relationships and reputation that would give us as fair a wind of a good outcome as we can.
Just go back on that. No, it's really important to us that we continue that, because one of the things that the National Audit Office told us yesterday at IRAC, as you know, is one of the things they're going to look at now, not just here but across government, is the spend of EU exit money, so to make sure that it's spent on what it's spent for, which is so that will be looked at closely this year.
Well, we have Martin Brewer sitting underneath Chris, who ensures that none of us spend any money on anything that he's not given us it for. Yeah.
I think I'd just add to that from attending meetings of the EU Exit Programme Board. I do have a line of sight into the care with which the executive are absolutely ensuring that their spending decisions are completely aligned with the Treasury permissions and the allocation of the funding. So that's some level of assurance. I had a question, Chris, that you'd want to pass on to Colin, which is just looking at where we are budget-wise against, spend-wise against plan. We are 14% at the end of September over expected expenditure on field ops, and I wondered how much that had to do with the incidents that we've been dealing with in terms of an impact there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I expect there's a couple of things going on in those numbers, and I think it's the last forecast we did that increase has happened, and I think it relates to some additional resource that we're putting into the inspection world. So in terms of inspectors and vets, and there may be some other things going on there that Colin is also aware of.
Yeah, and I think also our service delivery partner arrangements as well. So I think yes, that's what accounts for it.
So it's an EU exit related issue, or just a general market conditions issue?
It's a wider issue in terms of the market.
And can I just, is the contract variation in those numbers, or is it elsewhere?
That would include the delivery that I referred to there would include that aspect, yeah.
Does that make sense to the board? Can you just put that in sort of slightly plainer language?
Yeah. If it's okay, I would like to take that offline, just because it may be commercially sensitive.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from board members? No. We didn't have any other business, I think, on this business committee agenda. Nobody's volunteered any, in which case that's the end of the meeting. You can all turn your microphones off. It's Merry Christmas when it gets here. Thank you.
And Merry Christmas.